All right, it says excellent connection, and okay, and I see my screen. So at this point, I have no idea what to do if you guys if it's not working. All right, and CFVI, one of the stars from yesterday, of course, piggybacking off DWAC. Wow, look at DWAC. I mean, this is really getting thumped here. DWAC. Hopefully nobody held this overnight. DWAC, look at this. It's just absolutely getting thumped here. How close is it to the 200-day hog? Yeah, so it just almost got there, right? 40.08 and 40.60, so it's, you know, very close. Excuse me, got very close to the 200-day moving average. Earnings play for hog. Peloton, guys, PTON. So the shakeup, earnings, not that earnings has got really anything to do with what's happening to it now. Boy, General Motors just getting thumped here, guys. GM on that downgrade from Morgan Stanley. And I think it is dragging Ford down also. This is the start. You know, I saw this one in the pre-market, LXP, some kind of a REIT, and I think they're reviewing strategic alternatives to maximize shareholder value. So that was some kind of news for LXP. What's the volume like? Actually, the volume's pretty good now. It's a big float, quarter of $1 billion in the float. Again, God, Ford just getting closer and closer to that 200-day, about $1 away now from the 200-day moving average for Ford, F. Boy, that downgrade for GM really, I think it really kicked Ford too. And yet, oh yeah, Morgan Stanley also downgraded them to $13. Okay. Morgan Stanley attacking the automobiles. All right, Snap having a bit of a comeback. Snap, 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 bit of a comeback here. Lots of volume coming in. Thou shalt not die. GME, look at GME. Look at the volume as coming in. Look at the pop again. It just will not die. It will not remain under 100. VLDR really getting hammered here. VLDR. So, oh, I shouldn't say it. Okay, it's getting hammered. It's losing its after hours gains yesterday, and it's just really tanking now. So I'm sorry, I thought it was down for the day, but it's still up 20%. But you know, it got up to what 771 or so after hours yesterday. Some kind of news. After 8K showed. Entered in a deal with Amazon, whereby the company to issue to Amazon up to 39 million shares to Amazon. Okay, so, but now the market doesn't care, just does not care. Well, I guess YouTube, I don't know. I have no explanation why our YouTube stream is down. It looks fine on my end. There's not a lot I can do. All right, SOPA, SOPA. So it was. But again, I didn't see any news on it yesterday, or no news for this gap after hours. Oh, I don't know why. Probably all the other cruisers did the same thing, right? These, let's see, CCL, sort of, but not quite. Actually, Royal Caribbean is didn't do the same as NCLH. Yeah, I have no idea why I would do that. How's Jets doing? ETS, ETF for the airlines. Typed in jest. All right, look at this. So we had a nice day yesterday. Most of the airlines were up yesterday. And so there's Jets, nice little start. Meanwhile, Peloton, my goodness, Peloton, PTON. I guess they like this new CEO. All the cost cutting, of course, it's happening. Not good for people who work there, but Obviously helps the bottom line. And again, takeover, buyout rumors are still persisting. Inlock. Even if it's not a question, Zach, put a question mark after that so I can really see it. Even if it's not a question. I know the GM was, but the Enlock, then I can really see it. Yeah, Enlock. So this is an all-time high now for Enlock. Meanwhile, Ford and GM continue. Ford is going to be interesting to see what it does as it gets closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. 16.18, so it's about $1 away now from the 200-day moving average. Ha ha, good one, William. Here's another one, FTI. What are you doing? You're moving down also, FTI. All right, SOPA. So the high after hours yesterday was just around 5, so that may stall it. It doesn't have that much further to go to get these after hours highs. Look like they were about $5. Yeah, both of them are at $5, those topping tails. Now, if it takes out 5 somehow, it looks like the next high is 539. Wow, there it goes. No, so much for that after hours high. The next high looking left is 539 for SOPA, S-O-P-A. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? So Dow's up. Nas is basically flat, as is the SPY. So Dow is up. So quote unquote value stocks up, and the rest of the market is kind of flat. I see the AI has been relatively active already. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Just trying to find my also resumes again. Well, Peloton, guys, has not had any sort of a pullback yet. It's been basically straight up. All right, KPTI showing up on the gap down and a go. Now, what's the issue here? The issue is the 200-day is 750, 760. That's far enough away. If it wants to keep going down. Look at the SPY, just flattened right out. And VLDR is not shortable for me and Interactive Brokers. Unfortunately, it is showing up as a gap down, a gap up and reverse, a gap up and reverse. And that SOPA, yeah, SOPA was halted. All right, CHGG. Actually, this was a gap down on earnings, but it has popped right back up. CHGG. All right, EHTH. I see that's also an AI alert. And this is also a gap down. It's a gap down and go. All right, let's see how well it holds underneath 16, guys. Let's take a look left. Can't see anything on the daily chart. Can't see anything on the weekly chart. I'm going back to 2020. We've got to go back to 2018 or so before we see these levels for EHTH. And it was an earnings play coming up, so I don't know what's going on with it today. So energy plays are getting hit. As we saw in the pre-market, every single energy play or energy in XLE, what makes up XLE, was down from yesterday's close. So here's Oxy. Nothing stopping Peloton right now. Boy, this has just been on fire right from the get-go. PTON. So if you were in this one, 34.71 is the next high looking left. So that's a little over about $1.20 away. All right, SOPA just opened. Anybody find any news on this? I just don't see any news on this one. Oh, I wish this 200-day. Well, it looks like KPTI. It looks like there's some support around that 760 and 766 mark, 760 mark. I wish that weren't there. All right, Oxy, well, let's see if you can keep moving down here. Keep an eye on that EHTH if it takes out 16 again. I mean, it showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's an AI and also in the gap down and continuation. So all right, well, let's see. KPTI. It's getting closer and closer to that 200-day. It's about 30 cents away, 40 cents away. Let's see if it has any room down there. All right, market. So tech is down a little bit still. SPY's down a little bit. Dow is up a little bit. ESGC. Haven't seen that one today. Let's see. Yeah, global. I don't know what this is. Motion picture and video. Yeah, I don't know. It's a big float. It's not the relative volume's only 0.24. Maybe they did it. Excuse me. Yeah, it's a reverse split. It's a reverse split. 1 for 20 reverse split. So that's the reason. So it's not up 1,600%. Yeah, if you look at the SPY, you know, it's really not doing too much. SPY is not doing too much. It's just sort of hanging in here, kind of flatlining. And that's from the pre-market, you know, from about 7:45 on. So shoot, it's too bad. This is just, oh, you know what? Well, it may be a little late for me now, but I see 5,000 shares just showed up to short at Interactive Brokers for VLDR, but, you know, I would have loved it around here. I'm not going to chase it down. So there is some short covering. Anybody? Wow, this looks like it's just going to go. It wouldn't surprise me if it went negative, but I mean, it's only up now 13%. Remember, it had a huge spike after hours, 760. Definitely keep an eye on this EHTH if it takes out 16 again. I'm going to stick an alert down here around 1594. Just want to know if it does it. And I'll take a look to see if I want to take a short on that one. Well, there's some short covering happening now at Interactive Brokers anyway. Now there are 10,000, 11,000 shares available to short. Getting closer and closer to basically being flat. What did SOPA do after it came out of its halt? SOPA? Yeah, still hanging in. And just as I said that, little pop. Little pop. Huge pop. Congrats anybody who took this one. I did not take it. All right, Snap. Again, with their financing, 1.3 billion, 1.25 billion. Financing has been announced. Wow, KPTI, okay. Been a little choppy. I'm just waiting to see how close it can get to this. In fact, all right, I just covered some. I took that short, little, not my ideal setup because of the 200-day is right there, but on a percentage basis, it wasn't too bad if it could get close. But I have covered some now. KPTI. Another energy play, I think. CVE, yeah, CVE, another energy play. This is another earnings play. Also, CVE is an earnings play. And looking left, what's the next low looking left? Is 1356. So that has some room also, to the next low. And this, again, all I'm doing is I'm just following my gap continuation or reversals, okay? Right now, we're going to get, we're in earnings season. So we're going to get a few of these. So energy guys, look Halliburton, HAL, Halliburton, Oxy. Cody, guys. Cody is an earnings play. I saw it, but it was so choppy in the pre-market and also look at this. It's right into the 200-day moving average, okay? KPTI, I've taken, I refuse to believe it's going to take this out. This 200-day and all this, but I may be wrong. I still have some left, but the closer it gets to this 200-day moving average, I just wish, if that weren't there, if all this weren't here, I mean, this would have even more that it could fall without encountering any sort of resistance or support, sorry. Hey, Zach, are you still around? Or have you taken off? Oh, he did say he left. I know he said he was going to leave early, but I'm not sure if he left already. All right, well, his MFI the math has been done, submitting to get it into the Market Explorer. Okay, now we have Atom. Atom, is this an earnings play? No, Atom is on the way up here, and this is a gap up and go. Now, you see how that 200-day just stopped KPTI? So you always got to be aware. I'm not a big indicator guy, but that's the one indicator that is, even for non-indicator guys like myself, that is follow. I mean, virtually everybody follows the 200-day. So I'm out of it. Yeah, it came right back up. Okay, so SBEV, let's take a look left on the daily chart. What's the next high is around that 5 level, so that may stall it, unfortunately. What did it get up to in the pre-market? Got up to 499. Yeah, that could easily stall this one, but they keep, they keep coming up with these distribution agreements. And anybody ever tried one of their drinks? I've not seen it in any of the stores I go to in Canada, so I have no idea. Yeah, Botmatize. I know you've been talking about this one. They keep coming out with, yeah, again, Costco, Walmart, today, and another one, I think, maybe several others. And now, I guess whoever distributes Anheuser-Busch, is it Haymark, deal with them, Southern California. So, I mean, they're putting together the story. Wow, look at KPTI. That's why you've really got to pay attention to these moving averages, the 200-day. Now, that's a big bounce. Okay, one moment, please. Well, here's this little trust, this little LXP. Again, we're reviewing strategic alternatives to increase shareholder value. That is their press release this morning. It's a big float. Well, here we go, guys. Here's the COTY. COTY is an earnings play right at that 200-day moving average area. 901 is the 200-day. It's at 899. I mean, if it pops through somehow, then the next high looking left is that right? 874, 855. Looks like, I'm sorry, let me get my bearings here. Looks like the next high is 925. So if it can get through this, I mean, the next high is 925? 893, sorry. Sorry, we're at 899. Yeah, 952. 952. Okay, I got it now, guys. Sorry. 925 is the next high looking left if this COTY can get through 9 and that 200-day moving average. Now, here's another one that is a little bit of a rip mode here. DCFC, is this still a SPAC or no? So an Australian company. DCFC, so again, when we look left, the next high is 9. Or actually, it's 849. That's what that red line means. It's looking left to see where the next high is on the chart. And is it halted? You're right, it is halted. All right, well, guys, EHTH is actually now is a gap up, gap down, and reverse. So this is now completely reversed. That's why I wait anyway. Remember I was saying I'd like to see if it takes out 16 again. Not going to guess that it is and take the trade early. Wait, I have a blue line right there. That was my price alert. Never happened. And now, obviously, glad that I didn't try to project that it would do that. Boy, that was a massive bounce, guys. This is a classic gap down and reverse. EHTH. I mean, this might even go positive for gosh sakes. Look at this. I mean, it's still $1.50 away, but that is a big, big move. All right, guys, I have to talk to somebody in development just for a bit here. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Sopa, man, oh man. What's it kind of drive you nuts when you don't see any news whatsoever? At least I didn't see any news on Sopa at all. And yet it's just doing its thing. 12.5 million in the float. 28 million have traded so far. So that is about probably 2.25 times the float has traded. Hello, Andy. So just taking a quick look at the AI. I see AI had Alcoa kind of out of the price range I like, but hey, Alcoa all-time high. Alcoa all-time high. Wow. Aluminum near, oh, I see. Okay. Aluminum prices are near a 13-year high as the stockpile sinks to its lowest since 2007. So aluminum in demand and not much. Look at VLDR. Okay, do you see it now, Del Boca? Can you because we had trouble this morning and there's nothing I could do about it. It just showed up in the last couple of minutes. Okay. I'm on YouTube now. Okay, good. What a bounce. Man, oh man, I wish I had I was kind of wrapped up in this one as a potential short, of course, for the EHTH. What a bounce. Meanwhile, Hog is still right at the 200-day. Look at that, 4060. It's at 4066, so it's right in this 200-day area. If you look left on a monthly chart, what do we see? We see a high of 44. And on the weekly chart, we see a high of 44. Yeah, so it still has some room to go if it wants to before it hits some of this resistance. Yeah, TRD, yeah, we had an issue for whatever reason. I was launching it as normal, but for some reason YouTube didn't want to play ball. DCFC, so that came out of its halt. I'm sorry, it is still halted. I'm sorry. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm having to adjust one of my scans. Okay, here we go. Okay, so obviously this DCFC is going to be a long halt. Usually they are... Oh, just resumed, just as I was speaking. So this just resumed, DCFC. Wow. So that got halted at 842. It popped up to $10. This is a little crazy here because this is not a low float situation. Unless our float data is wrong. I mean, that usually you see stuff like this happening when you have a look at this, guys. Look at this DCFC. It's hard to believe that's the float for it to be doing something like this. Okay, well, okay. Tritium shares spiked to session high following a tweet from the White House. I'm looking forward to hosting the folks from Tritium at the White House today. Like manufacturers large and small, they're creating good paying jobs, building the future. So that's the reason. It's interesting. I mean, when we look at it, it looks like this is an Australian stock. Hogs is an earnings play, yes. Hog is an earnings play, yes. Guys, this is an amazing move for 112 million in the float. To be up 46% on, on that news about being welcome to the White House. Okay, Save just took out yesterday's high. And there is a 200-day, 26.75, so it's about $1 away. I'm just going to keep watching this DCFC. Wow, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, DCFC. Look at this go, guys. I mean, this is it's a huge, huge move for that float. Looks like it's going to get halted again. Yeah, see, you're right. That is pushing the CFVI. The DWAC is trying to come back a little bit here. Here are the warrants, DCFC warrants. But we can't see your posts. So you're just, okay, if you're using YouTube, well, for you, Aja, we can't see your posts. So, wow. Remember, I'm mentioning this gap up and go for Atom. The alert came at 10:04 the time at 1597. Right there, you can see that blue candle or the blue arrow right there. Look what it did after 1685. Meanwhile, Peloton continues, guys. PTON continues. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, guys, we're back, and so is CFVI. CFVI charging here. Again, I think this is kind of trading a little bit more independently. All right, here we go. News release for the Rumble app is now available in the iPhone, in the iPhone store. Okay, so there is your news that happened. Well, I'm seeing it here at 9:23. And that is CFVI. Remember, this is a SPAC that is going to be taking over Rumble, I guess, or the Rumble app. I think you're going to have to sign in with a different email, Ija. That's all. So this got halted again, right? It got halted again, and now it's just opened. DCFC just opened. DCFC just opened, and it is. I'm just watching the bid and ask and time of sales. Look at this. This looks like it could take out 11. This is interact. Wow, they just took out 11, guys. Boom, and it's probably going to get. Halted again, maybe? No, not yet. Again, this is Interactor Brokers, okay? Time and sales, Interactor Brokers. Wow. You know what? I'm going to just check another source for the float, okay? I just want to check another source for the float of that stock. Because that is a stupendous, I know obviously the news is good for them, but that's a stupendous move for that float. Yeah. Well, I see shares outstanding 153, so that could be 112 million. That could be. All right, guys, hog through that 200-day moving average. Now, remember I said it has room to 44. When I say that, I don't mean it's going to get there. I have no idea. But when you look at a chart, that is the next high looking left. Okay, so Pfizer is now through that magic 50, guys. That is a big, big psychological number to get through. PFE, Pfizer, it's an earnings play. And let's take a look left on the monthly chart. And the low was 49.82 last month. Takes that out. I mean, this could really... I'm just stick an alert. 49, whoops. I'm going to stick an alert at... Oh, stick an alert at 49.64. That's far enough away from last month's low. We'll have to see if that just keeps moving down. It's a huge float, so for it to keep moving down, it's the volume has to keep surging in. Trading 3 times normal. Yeah, Alcoa is just with this aluminum shortage, I guess, just ripping higher here. Great alert from the AI. Is CFVI halted? No. Just looked like it was stuck for a while. Continuing to watch the Pfizer just underneath 50. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, Pfizer. Well, 10:32. Well, it's been pretty active so far this morning for me. So, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. So before I get rolling and talking about my homepage and all, I just want to, again, drive home the point that the test drive is starting on Monday. Okay, so I'm just going to put the link in, explain what it's all about. All right, so when you click on the test drive link, is what you're going to say. Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, so test drive starts on Valentine's Day. That's next Monday, okay? It runs 14th to the 28th inclusive, okay? So that is actually 10 trading days. One of these days in between is President's Day, so the market's closed. So you will get 10 trading days, 14th to the 28th. It'll cost you $11.11, and you'll have access to the full premium service except no auto trading, okay? No auto trading. Other than that, you have access to the full premium service, so you can check out how the AI does and all. So you sign up today, you're pre-registering. So you're not getting data until the 14th. But about an hour after the market closes on Friday, you'll be able to download the program and play around with it over the weekend for the balance of Friday, of course. And I think that Chris Varley will be hosting as sort of a special session Friday evening to help people get started. All right, I'll have more information on that later. Now, if you're a standard subscriber, you also can partake in this to see what our premium service is. All right. Now, please listen carefully. When the test drive is over, it's over. So there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. We do this 3 or 4 times a year, so this is a great opportunity to try us out. So again, though, you're not getting data until the 14th, so don't sign up today. You're basically, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So why I'm saying that is a lot of people, they sign up and they say, hey, where's my data? Well, read. All right, Pfizer, come on. Give up that 50 in a big way. Okay, my homepage. Boy, Peloton, I mean, that's basically straight up. A little topping tail there, a little bottoming tail here, but basically straight up. Right here, a great entry, 33.50-ish right there on that 5-minute chart. Okay, I put my homepage link in. If you're in the main room, my tab is available all day long, okay? and that's the link. So if you click on my homepage tab, there's the link. It takes you to my homepage. A lot of information on my homepage. So if you can't wait, you want to take out a subscription right now, here is your promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The main reason people want to take a look at our premium service is they want to have a look at our AI. So for instance, there was an AI alert for Alcoa. It's up 5% now. How you trade the AI though will be up to you. I use it like a watch list. Okay, I don't take every trade. Now, you don't have to go annual. You want to go month to month, that's fine. 118, 228, standard and premium. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But as always, if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the 15% discount. More information on my homepage. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern, and all the education that we have. We have a great user guide now, all searchable, okay? But if you're starting out, this is what I would do. I would look at the 20 introductory lessons, goes over all the basic features of trade ideas. Daily support. So I take a break at noon, and our YouTube room, thankfully, is up and running today. We had, for whatever reason, we had a technical glitch, but at noon I do take my break. One of the other traders takes over. Michael Nosh should be there, but I know he's out in Nova Scotia and there are all sorts of power issues, so he's experiencing. So hopefully he can do the stream, take over for me in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. And why I say that, because he's a real expert at using Brokerage Plus. You want to, not automate or backtest your own strategies. He's definitely an expert at that. So save those questions up for 12 when I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in before I do go. And of course, Chris is there in our YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30, okay? And daily webinars. Today is Tuesday. There should be a webinar today and on Thursday. And then we take a break for the 2 weeks during the test drive. We're on a rotation. 1 week it's Tuesday, Thursday, which is this week. The following week, it's Monday, Wednesday, but again, we'll be on a break for the next 2 weeks. Back to basics, Michael Noss. Put this together. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this little video series, starting off with what is a stock? So again, these 3 sections are free, and then of course, if you want my scans, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. I'm really starting to pay attention to this gap continuation or reverse in a big way now. Okay, but here are all sorts of scans that I am sharing. And again, in these 2 sections, a lot of information. Save my link, then you can take a look at this anytime you want. All right, Pfizer. PFE. You can save the entire layout to the cloud, Dale Boca. But listen, I always do this, okay? When I make the question was this, if I have 5 alert windows open and I make tweaks to them, do I need to save each individual alert to the cloud, or can I just save the layout? Will it remember? Okay, so yes, if you make a change here, you can save it to the cloud, all right? So you make a change here, make a change here, make a change here. You save your layout to the cloud, yes. Okay, all your changes are saved. But for me, a good practice is also saving the individual scans to the cloud. Why? The reason being is that just as I was mentioning, I brought this one back, the gap continuation or reverse. So I brought this one back. I hadn't used it in several months, okay? And I decided I wanted to take a look at it again. This was last Thursday. I like what I was seeing Thursday and Monday, and I like Friday, like what I was seeing yesterday. So I'm going to continue to use it. So why The reason is, if I make a change right now and I don't save this to the cloud, I mean, who knows? Maybe a month from now I don't like it anymore. But if I want to bring it back, I want those changes to be saved. So, long-winded explanation. I would save every alert window, every scan that you make, I would save individually to the cloud, just as good practice. Okay? Well, you've got to save. No, Del Boca, you've got to save your work. If you just close down save ideas, trade ideas, without saving your work, nothing will be saved. You know, when you exit trade ideas, you're always given the option save current file or something like that, yes or no. Okay, but it's always good practice to save your layouts to the cloud. Yeah, big paper. So yeah, if you take the test, so the question was, if I have a standard subscription right now. If I take the test drive and up so that I'll have access to the premium service. If you don't want to maintain the premium service, I mean, we put you back into the standard unless you tell us not to. But yeah, don't worry. All your layouts, everything is saved. You don't have to ever worry about that. Come on, Pfizer. Ah, shoot it. While I was talking, it popped up. I should have got out of some. Just gotta watch. Keep watching this. But Peloton, wow. Okay, so you can say you just give your layouts different names, Earl. Okay. So when it comes time, you've got a layout. Like this is your layout. Your file, save or share to cloud. Okay. You can click on entire and then give it a name, and then save it. Okay. So you can have as many layouts as you want. Okay. You just give it a name and save it. You can just save them under different names. Okay, shoot. I may have to get out of the Pfizer flat. No, I'm going to give it a little more time. Maybe it'll reject 50 again. Okay, so did you get that? So file. Now you can also save it to your computer. Save layout. And again, just give it a name. See, I've got these different layouts here. Just give it another name. All right, so DWAC is on the move. Yes, DWAC is on the move. The low today was 77, so it's popped up $8 or so. Boy, Peloton and Lyft. PTON. Oh, wow. Straight up. New CEO. It's not earnings. I mean, it's an earnings play, but it's not moving because of earnings. Unless the market thought they were going to lose a lot more. All right, that knocked me out of the Peloton for a little loss. Not the Peloton, the Pfizer. For a little loss. Shoot. Had a nice little gain on that, and we got just that little distraction in talking, but that's okay. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, CHGG, which had gapped down, I had it as an earnings play. Did I have it as an earnings play? No, it was a gap up. Sorry, this was always an earnings gap up, but it gapped down when the market opened, and now it's starting to move. SPY is starting to move. So the Dow's up, NAS is up, SPY's up. My wife's company stock is up. Everything's good. All right, well, let me continue a little bit of a spiel. Again, if you're new, welcome. What we are is a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. It doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. Now, previously I was just showing all the scans that I do share. Of course, if you want to make your own scans, you can. So here's an example of basic new highs. Don't repeat. So this is an example of a scan. So you always start off with filters. So what I'm looking for in this particular scan, stocks between $1 and 20. Current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares, etc. The principle is this: you always start off with some filters, and then you have some kind of a trigger, the alert. So if stocks meet these filter requirements and make a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we see these guys here. So if you want to build your own scan, the good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. If I right-click on an alert window and then click on search, and now these are all of the alerts that we have. I'm going to scroll all the way down. I'm not going to go over them all, of course. When you see these icons, these are the filters. So don't worry. Don't get overwhelmed by all this. That's one of the questions. How am I going to learn them all? Well, you don't have to, of course. We have so many because we have all sorts of different, we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. Okay? So don't get hung up on how many we've got. Well, that was a good exit on the Pfizer, though, for me. PFE, that was a great exit on the Pfizer. Small loss. Unfortunately, I had it down here, but that's okay. Now, if Pfizer is doing that, I wonder what NVAX is doing, Novavax. Yeah, a little bit of a pop also. It was dragged down. I think some of the vaccines were dragged down because of Pfizer. Wow, look at CHGG now, guys. What a nice move off that little consolidation. Earnings play. Coming into some resistance, maybe. 3069 is the next high looking left. Moving from the gap up and go. It is, yes. Now, we also share a lot of scans here. If you click on, from our toolbar, you click on New and then the Dock Channel bar. And these are all themed layouts, okay? All themed layouts. So one of the more popular ones is the momentum scan, the momentum layout. And I haven't got over the races yet. I'll go over them in a bit. So here's CHGG as an example, okay? So if you like this scan, if you thought, man, I wouldn't mind having this part of my layout, just save it to the cloud. So what I'm really trying to show you is you can go to the different channels and the different layouts, the different theme layouts, and start extracting scans that you might like to have as part of your layout. Now you can always make a change, just like you can make a change in the scans that I'm sharing. If you don't like, for instance, if you right-click Configure, it's going to show you what it's looking for. So if you didn't like that price range, maybe you want it between 10 and 100. Okay, you want to make it 10 and 100, and then save it? Yeah, go ahead. So say OK, and then save it to the cloud if that's what you want. Otherwise, you can just leave it the way it is. Now, one thing. See, I've made this change. If I go to another channel and then come back, the change is not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everybody, okay? And so the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that reflects what everybody else wants. So the whole concept, though, is you can go through the different channels, extract scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one, and then, basically maybe add some charts, maybe a single stock window, and then save it as your layout. So you can build a layout without actually having to know how to build any scan from scratch if you don't want to. I mentioned the AI. This is what the AI looks like, okay? No alerts happen until at least 9:35. You see Alcoa hit at 9:37. Obviously a pretty good one. You know, the others, well, EHTH was good for a while, okay? And then it just rebounded. So you can see it exited right at the at the entry. But how you use this will be up to you. How I would do it is, first of all, just load this window. Don't complicate it. And you load that window by clicking on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is the window that you'll see. If you have our premium service or you're going to take the test drive, what I would do is just save this window as part of your layout. So for instance, tomorrow, if you open Trade Ideas before 9:30, this window will be blank. You have, a suggested entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. There's no video that's going to say, here's how you trade the AI, okay? Okay, last, I just want to go over this window that this big blue window here. It's called Brokerage Plus. Look at Hog. Boy, both Hog and Peloton. Great earnings are not, well, I guess we can call Peloton a great earnings play, though this is not the reason it's going higher, I don't think, anyway, now here we go. Peloton rallies as the list of potential acquirers grow. So Lululemon is entering the fray. Entering the fray. Google. We talked about Apple yesterday. Apple seems to be the front runner, but you never know. And Disney, and Amazon, and Nike. That was yesterday. So now we've got Google and the other one I just mentioned. Zach mentioned Enlock earlier today, and they did do a Forum 3, but other than that, I don't know. Maybe Vanguard? Maybe Vanguard, which is, I guess, a mutual fund of some sort. Maybe they've taken a position. I don't know. I mean, I do see, I'm not going to read through this Forum 3, but so there is something. I mean, and this is what I'm saying. Okay, so there is something. All right, now I want to put the Brokerage Plus link in here. Okay, so I put a Brokerage Plus link in there. It's called, looks like this, Brokerage Plus. So in this link, there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you won't have access to this window. This is an option. It's a feature. You don't have to use it even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. Okay? But it's there. It's only available though if you're using our downloadable application. If you're trying to use our web-based version, not available. Now you'll notice in the toolbar it says Brokerage Plus, 2 options, live and simulation paper trading, okay? So again, that first video, again, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, shows you how you connect. The second video, a lot longer, goes into more detail about how you can use this window, and also, I think as important, how you can use it as a simulator, okay, paper trader. Before you start trading, please practice trading, okay? Trading is not easy. You know, we're a great tool, but, you know, you really have to practice trading before you attach yourself to your live account. So our simulator uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use our simulator. In fact, you don't even need a broker. So if you're still, unsure about who your broker is going to be, doesn't matter. You can you take our standard service and use our simulator, and you can practice. Now, there is I'm on a development version, okay? If I went back one, but they want me to test this, so I have to be on here. There's a little bit of a bug in the development version. Sometimes the bid ask doesn't show up, but the bottom line, you see, right there, Hertz is not showing up. SBEV does. So if I want to take SBEV, if I want to take this trade right now, the symbol shows up. Just click on the symbol. I click on the buy button. I pick how many shares I want to trade. So if I want to trade 300 shares, if I want to go right in at the market, there's only a 1 cent spread. See, that is not correct. See that? So again, this would not happen, obviously, if you were trading your live account. That is not the proper bid ask. I may have to go back to the previous version. But let's see what happens. I'm just going to send it and see what price it actually... Yeah, so it actually, even though that bid ask wasn't correct, it actually did take the right bid ask. I was looking at Interactive Brokers, and that was the right bid ask. Okay? But that's why, I'm the guinea pig right now, testing this out, pointing out these errors. Again, I'm in a development version, okay? So Ramesh, nobody in this room can answer that question. I certainly can. I'm not an investment advisor. You might have some opinions, but I'm certainly not an investment advisor about adding PFE to your portfolio. I mean, the earnings play, obviously the reaction was not good. So it looks like 50 is trying to hold, but I'd be, I'd watch to see what happened tomorrow. All right, I'm just going to get rid of this order entry. Just a minute. They want me to try this new order entry. See if that has any effect. That's not right. Just give me a moment here, guys. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to help out our development guys to show them what's happening on my end, okay? Okay, let's see. I'm just going to look at some of the. So here's a topping play from Zach Scanner, NKLA. All right, NKLA. I'm going to look at this. MFGP. This is a gap down and reverse. So this is an earnings play trying to reverse. Okay, well, let's see if this one works. I mean, it looks, obviously, it's a new high for the day, and it's got a lot of room if it wants to keep trying to reverse. So let's see if this one starts to work. Well, I can't speak to that, Jen, if it's common or not. I mean, there's always speculation, of course, about companies nearing their earnings. February 11th, yeah, I mean, there's always speculation, isn't there? You know, you're always going to get people out there in Twitter and the Twitter sphere saying, "Oh, we're hearing that." I'm just use this as an example. Under Armour is going to have blowout earnings, so there's always speculation ahead of when a company. I shouldn't say always. Many companies, so will have speculation ahead. Yeah, so Orb Trader, we have a great little position in previous day's range filter, okay? Are you a subscriber, Orb? Well, Ramesh, you are answering your own question. If you think it's going to be a good long-term investment, then go ahead. Really, I mean, that's really the bottom line. If that's what you think, you've done your analysis. But I certainly, I'm not an investment advisor, anything like that. Okay, so if you right-click configure and search and then type in position, okay? And you see it says position in previous day's range. So if you add that filter, you can find stocks that are really near the close of yesterday, if that's what you want to do. So I'll say a maximum of whatever percent away you want, 1%, 2%, 3%. You just, only, you're going to have to put in some numbers and then other filters, of course, narrow it down and just see how many you get, depending on what percentage you use. Okay? That's the quick way to do it. There is another way with a custom filter, but I would try this first. So put a max away, from in the position in the previous day's range. You want it to be close to the low. Put some fairly low number in here. Okay? So that's the position in the previous day's range. Yeah, play around with it, okay? Just play around with it, and you'll see stocks that are really near the low, of yesterday's close. So I just can't tell you what percentage you use. That'll be really up to you. See, this is why I love this earnings season. I mean, you get these stocks. I mean, I've heard of Chegg before. I've seen it trading before, but typically, look at the monthly. Typically, they lie dormant until they have earnings, and they either go up or down. But they're usually active all day. I mean, look at that, 10 times normal volume. And it's these sort of stocks, that just fly completely under the radar for most of the time, and they have earnings. And you get these nice moves. And that's for me, that's what earnings season is all about. Other than the fact that Facebook got destroyed, typically, the larger guys, they don't interest me because they don't have that movement. But, Facebook, there's no question. But this is an outlier for something like that to happen for a major stock like that with that float. Really? It did that also? Okay. I don't remember that. Facebook doing the same sort of thing. But I just remember when it went public and everybody screamed and yelled at them. Too many shares, and it was, what, a 20 odd dollars. And no, the rest is history. All right, guys, there's sort of a red bar ignored on DWAC. Red bar ignored. You see that green candle here? Let me get a big chart up so you can see what I'm talking about. So let's take a look at DWAC. So you see that red bar? Now it's not classic because it's not fully engulfed, okay? And you do have this topping tail, but when we talk about red bar and green bar ignored, this is kind of what we're talking about. You have an uptrend. Though I'd like to see a few more green candles in a row, maybe 2 or 3, but nonetheless, you've got a green candle. The next candle is red. And again, for it to be classically a red bar ignored, it should be totally engulfed by the previous green candle. But again, you see this little topping tail above it. And then the next candle is green, moving above the high of that previous red candle. And that can signify basically a continuation in the trend. You've got your trend, you've got the pause, and then the continuation. Okay? And a green bar ignored would be just the reverse. You've got some red bars, then a green bar pausing the trend, and then another red bar continuing the trend. So you'll hear us talk about red and green bar ignored every now and then. So Save is, yeah, so the big merger, right? Didn't know that yesterday. I don't think that was that announced yesterday? I know they had earnings yesterday, but I don't recall it during the market hours. And that's with UCTT, I think. No, UC, what is it? It's another small airline. It'll have it here. Frontier. So what is Frontier's symbol? Oh, ULCC. That's right, not U. Oops. That is a problem. Let me see. Okay, just give me a moment here. I've got to. This is the daily. There we go. Okay. So well, okay, first, you're not taking my advice, right? You're taking somebody else's advice. Just, right, Ramesh? You don't listen to me. I'm not a financial advisor. Okay, so yeah, so this is the merger that's supposed to be taking place, but, it's obviously not done, and it's just been kind of announced, but it's going to be under review, etc. So, here you go. Face close U.S. review. Here's another one that so residential investment, NRZ. What's the next high looking left? 1108. So it's, probably too much resistance right around here. Yeah, it was showing up on one of my other scans. Okay, guys, so I mentioned that Michael Noss will be in this room, but I'm just talking with him now or seeing his postings. We've got all sorts of power outages where he lives in Nova Scotia, and so it may not be him. Somebody else will be there for sure, but what do these guys do? Educational support services. No, that's a great run for them, man. Well, my MFGP is doing, well, nothing. I'm basically flat right now in that position, just waiting to see if it has any sort of a move here. I'm in this one. It just hasn't really moved. Yeah, for an intraday trader, I'm surprised you're, unless you have a real hate for something like a sector or, You know, you will never buy a tobacco company, you know, something like that. But yeah, I usually don't get swayed by any personal feelings about a company. Well, okay, let's take a look at CHGG. And, you know, obviously, as you're saying, oops, you're in chase mode now. But look, if it bases here, but look left, what's the next high looking left? 31.32. So, you know, you've got this little area right there. All right. 30.98, 31.08. You know, you've got this little pocket of potential resistance right here too. So, I mean, the play, I'm not saying I have no idea if it's over, but I mean, you just have to look left on that daily chart and there looks like, you know, pretty decent resistance. Well, if you're saying wow AMC, I don't have AMC up anymore, but I do see GME. And yeah, so AMC, yeah, it's also, they won't die. They just will not die. Amazing. I don't remember what I said. No, see, if you're asking me to do an impression, now the pressure's on. So, and I've never really done an impression of William Shatner. I might use a 5. Rarely do I use a 2, but I might use a 5. Okay? But the question gets asked of me a lot. If I only had one intraday chart that I was allowed to use, it would be a 15. If I only had one. They said you can only use one intraday chart, then for me, it'll be a 15-minute chart. My personal preference. That doesn't mean that anybody else should do what I do in that regard, but all right, things have slowed down a little bit here. So if I wanted to get into the CHGG as an example, I'd be probably watching this 5-minute chart. Looks like there's, you know, reasonable support around that 30 level and see if it bounced off it and resumed. If you want to be more conservative, obviously 29. I mean, there is a lot of support looking at 29. So, but for this to go from 30 down to 30.22 down to 29, I mean, it could happen easily, but that would be a big support area for it to try to hold and then bounce off of. Yeah, I mean, Peloton has just had a 2-bar pullback on the 15s. 2-bar pullback on the 15. No, Dan will kill me. I haven't been talking about the races at all. So basically what this is what you're seeing here. It's taking my top list and how I can personally use it. You know, I'm not glued to it or anything, but how I can personally use it is most of you are aware that I only see alerts if stocks make a new high or a new low for the day. So I don't see moves like this. That let's just say Peloton started to move. Now you see how Peloton is kind of winning this race? So now it pulled right back though. See how it pulled right back? That red. So I can kind of follow this. And these numbers to the side, and this is what we are demonstrating. For instance, CFVI won 19 races as an example. Now, again, what the race is based on in this particular case, it's the change when we start the race. At the time we start the race, what are these stocks doing? So this one is up like 0.61%, no big deal. Okay, this is up. SBAV though is up 1.17%. Okay, is that a big deal? I don't know. Click on it and let's see. It's a little bit of a move here. I would not personally. I would not see SBAV because I would only see SBAV if it takes out in these windows here. If it took out the high of the day, or on the downside. So this can kind of help me see stocks that might be moving that are kind of more like pullback plays that are starting to move back up, as an example. And if you go to our guide, I want to learn more about racing, etc. So let me just put my homepage link in. Okay, so I just popped my homepage link in. When you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. And go to the education section right here. See the education right there? Click here. And then here's our big user guide. Click on the user guide. Now, the user guide is completely searchable, but quickly, if you scroll down, you'll see we have different sections. And one of the sections is the stock race. Okay? So watch that. I think there's a video and other things, text and video, okay? That'll give you an idea about what the stock races are all about. And we're creating stock race channels. New from the dock channel bar. You can see we've got some. So if you want to see what the S&P is doing right now, as an example, the winners and the losers right now. Okay, it takes about 20. It's like a top list right now. You know, the top list update every 30 seconds. Oh, here's mine. So let me just get this thing started. And then you can just kind of see, you know, the S&P 500, who's moving down, who's moving up. Okay? Now, how you use this, I don't know. I mean, when I say that, I mean, it can be of interest. It's like watching charts, a bunch of charts at the same time. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So you can, and with the dock channel bar, you can have something like this up and running all day if you want. I mean, I'm not saying you should, I'm just saying you can. That's the beauty now, of course, of our dock channels. I mean, notice here my layout is still underneath, okay? It's surfing, it's still underneath, so I could have, this one if I want to follow it all day long. Now, you can't overdo it. In other words, you can't have like 10 channels open. Not that you should, because it's really going to drag down the performance of the program, okay, of Trade Ideas. So, but certainly you can have maybe a couple of channels open and your layout, so you could do something maybe like this, just shrink it down if that's what you want to do. Just kind of see what's happening. But that's up to you. That's completely up to you. But you do have that option. One good one, TRD. One good one. Alcoa. Not too many alerts today. Probably going to talk about that only because it was interesting. Because the reason Alcoa is going up is because there is a stockpile of aluminum is going down. So Alcoa, of course, big aluminum producer. Prices of aluminum going up. Alcoa shoots up. Boy, GME guys, again, this has just got a crazy, crazy life of its own. Every time you think it's going to take out 100 and get down underneath 100 and stay there, and then just start sinking, 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 it just doesn't happen. So AMC is sort of following suit. Of course, the two major meme stocks, AMC doing kind of the same thing. Boy, market is putting in a nice move now. Boy, look at the Dow. Remember earlier on, I think the Dow was negative and Nas was positive. I was saying there was a little disconnect going. Not anymore. Look at the Dow, Nas, of course the SPY. Take a look at the SPY. Let's remember the SPY was falling. The sky was falling a little while ago. Last month, they got down to 420. Look at the bounce. Okay, so now I can actually see the news for somebody was asking earlier about Norton Lock, NLOK. So it has received antitrust clearance in Germany for the recommended merger with Avast. Avast is still around. So that is the news for NLOK. All-time high. That just hit my headlines. And that was probably, that could have been, that forum that I was saying, I'm not going to dive through all these forums, but that might have been buried in there, but this is the reason. SOPA, well, I haven't seen SOPA for a while since its big run. Yeah, kind of basing here. Yeah, this could be the start. All right, so this is so remember I was saying couldn't find any news. So this is a pump on a social media pump. I don't know if that's the Reddit crew or somewhere else. Amended S1 filing, which I'm not going to look at, of course, but yeah. So I mean, this if this took out, say, this 537 mark, right around here, this could get it running if it happens on volume. You know, you get some volume to pop it through. Because the high was up to 6, so hey. Well, I remember, I mean, this could go positive, guys. EHTH, this could go positive. So, for instance, this was an AI alert. This is what I'm saying. We had, the alert was at 1646. This got down to 1590. The AI got out of the trade basically where, you know, if you're running in an auto fashion, right where the alert happened. You know, if you're a trader, you can never let that happen. Okay, I mean, you get something, if you got in close to 1646 and it breaks down through 16, it's all the way down to 90, and then it starts to move up over 60. You've got to take some profit, you know, in my opinion, anyway. I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but so many people want to automate the AI. No, no, it's not recommended at all. One of the things you can do in the test drive, you can use the simulator, you can turn on all the AI strategies, and you can just see how that would work, okay? But we do not recommend automating, like the full automation of the AI. I know people want to turn it on in the morning and just let it run all day and count their money at the end of the day. It's not going to work like that. Have I ever backtested the AI? Well, that's the whole idea of it, though. I mean, the strategies that made the cut were backtested, you know, but as you know, the future past performance does not absolutely mean future performance is going to be the same. But that's what they, you know, that's how those strategies make the cut every day. They've been backtested. In several. So Wolfhound. So yeah, it was on the AI at 1646. It was here in my 10-day daily breakdown at 1596, which obviously would have been later. That I don't know, Grumpus. I really don't know. We just don't recommend it, so. You don't see it on your TI. Okay, you must have a filter then. It must be a filter that's blocking it. Yeah, so there was no guide, TRD. You know, how you trade the AI is going to be up to you. I hate to say it like that, but you know, to use aggressive profit, moderate profit, all these things are showing you is okay. If you got out of this trade exactly when the AI got out, you'd be up 5%. If you were still in the trade, moderate and aggressive will always look the same, okay? This is if you kept the trade all day. what would happen if you kept the trade all day, unless a stop got hit. Okay, unless actually a stop got hit, then the moderate stops counting. Okay, stops computing. The aggressive is if you stayed in the trade the entire day, what would happen at the end of the day? So I can't tell you, well, today you should be using conservative. Today, on this one, you should be using moderate. It's impossible. You have to have some trading background, to see how it's trading. Is it coming into a resistance area? What's the SPY doing? You go long something, and what if all of a sudden, let's just say for argument's sake, here, the SPY is doing this, and the AI says, okay, short, has a short, and then market starts doing this. Well, unless that stock really has got some devastating news that's going to cause it to go down while the market's going up, you've got to be very aware of what the market's doing. Okay, if the AI says to short something, in this area right there, when the market's really not doing anything. So that's what I'm saying. There's no guide that's going to show you that. Now, Wolfhound, did you close trade ideas last night and then open it this morning? We always recommend, always, I do that every day. I shut my computer off every night, and I turn it on in the morning. So, but if did you leave it up? Did you leave it up and running? Because if you loaded it first thing this morning, there's almost no way you shouldn't see the AA. Or sorry, the EHTH. That's what you're talking about. Now, do you have shorts? Maybe you're saying you don't want to see shorts. I don't know. You've got these filters here. All short strategies. I don't use any of them, but you could. Maybe is that a possibility? Okay, so it is there now. Okay. But this is what I would do. So are you saying you had this window up and running as part of your layout and it didn't show it? It's almost impossible. But unless you've made some kind of a filter adjustment. Oh, okay. So what I would do, going forward, click new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, that option right there. This is the window that you see. Then you just incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay, if you incorporate it as part of your layout, then tomorrow when you open trade ideas, it'll be blank, and then just wait for the alerts to happen. And here's a great example. Look at the EHTH. It looks horrible right now. It's down 8%. But at one point, if you took that short at this is what I'm trying to say. You took that short at 1646, and it gets down to 1590. Well, you can't let profit. You can't allow that. You can't allow this to happen. And not be out of the trade. Number one. As an example. Now, if you had it, in conservative mode, the AI took it out right where it got it. 1646, it exited at 1646. So, 0% right there. Personally, I don't follow any of this. I just I sort it on the ones that are up the most, and then I just follow those all day long. That's how I use it. Yeah, this GME move is huge. It is huge. Now we're looking at this high over here, 116. And the volume is just surging. Actually, it's tracking the SPY. Okay, so Michael is back. Okay, so he will be able to go into our YouTube room. So again, you guys got a lot of questions about, even the AI, using Brokerage Plus, creating strategies of your own and wanting to back test them, things like that. Michael Noss is your man. Okay, he'll be in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. He'll be there from between 12 and 1. Okay, I'll put the YouTube link in right now. So if you want to, you can head over there. Okay, so Jen, it depends on what you normally trade. When I say you, I mean any person normally trades. I mean, for me, Vert is not a low float. Okay, 109 million is not a low float. But if you're used to, if a person is used to trading Facebook, with 2.3 billion in the float, and so the stocks that have multi-billions in their float, then yeah, 100 million would probably seem low to you. For me personally, anything under 20 million is what I consider a low float. That's just me though, okay? So it all depends on what you normally trade. Well, I'm definitely snooze alert with this MFGP. It is not doing anything. Well, personally, I mean, I just think it's good practice to shut your computer down every night. That's just me anyway, okay? So I've just always done that. But if you don't shut trade ideas, because it goes through a whole routine overnight, updating the database and everything. If you don't shut trade ideas off, it can get, especially with the AI, it can give you some incorrect results. Okay, so it's just good practice. This AHTH, I mean, I keep saying this. I mean, this could go positive. Unbelievable. I mean, this was at one point down to 1580. Okay, guys, and one more time before I do go for my break. I don't know, Rubber Toe. I mean, it's just got an amazing group that just will not let it die. It's amazing. It really is. To me, it's absolutely fascinating. All right, so I put the test drive link in one more time. And again, if you want to sign up for the test drive, it'll cost you $11.11. It starts on Monday, runs to February 14th to the 28th inclusive. That is 10 trading days. So again, it'll cost $11.11. You'll have access to as if you were a full premium subscriber, except no auto trading. Okay, no auto trading. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to try our premium service, you can do so also. Once the test drive is over, don't worry. We're not putting you into a subscription. There's nothing for you to do. There's nothing for you to unsubscribe from. And if you do sign up today, remember you're pre-registering, so please don't harass our support people and say, "Hey, I just signed up. Where's my data?" It doesn't start till the 14th. However, Friday evening, I believe Chris Varley at Trade Ideas. He's going to open up YouTube. So if you want to head there. Now, when I say evening, he's on the East Coast. I will say maybe 5 or 6 o'clock. I'll confirm that today in our marketing meeting, and he'll host YouTube, so you can go in there and ask him questions, especially if you're brand new. You know, how do I set up? How do I even get started? Okay. So lots of support is going to be available. We only do this 3 or 4 times a year, so I have no idea when the next one will be. Usually we get about 2,000 signups. You know, this one is also trying to come back here. This SLQT had about 4 or 5 downgrades this morning. Of course, it's an earnings play. Just got absolutely crushed. I mean, it's dropped 50%. It was even more when it was down here. I mean, it was down to 259. So it's actually quite a nice reversal from the bottom here on a percentage basis to go from about 260 to 325. And that showed up. What was the first time? Yeah, I mean, you know, they showed up here at 286, the gap down and reverse. I did not take that one. It's funny, it just will not load the bid ask for SBAV. I don't know why. This is in the simulator, guys, okay? And it's in a development version that I'm using, so this is not anything to do if you're connected to your account. Boy, SLQT, guys, it's just, I wish I'd taken that one instead of the MFGP. I think, you know what? I kind of got a little bit swayed by all the downgrades it had, too. You know, not only is it a disastrous earnings play, but it also had about 4 or 5 downgrades this morning. But right now, I mean, that's a great percentage move off the bottom. Ooh, old Cary Grant, Zorro. Judy. Yeah. Boy, this market is in just surging here. And here's MGM. Didn't see MGM at all pre-market. Really didn't do very much in the pre-market. But this is an earnings play. MGM is an earnings play, and it is starting to rip higher here. So again, always look left. What do we see on the monthly chart? 46.64 and 46.60. So it's above those highs. Highs. And the next high is 51.17. So, on the monthly chart, it's got some room. And that is exactly the same on the weekly chart, 51.17. So this stock has some room to keep going. Again, this is not telling you to buy it. I have no idea if it's going to keep going up to this area, but when you get into a position, you like to put some of the odds in your favor, and I like to take chart resistance out of the equation. For a reason why a stock will not keep going higher. Now, lots of reasons why this could stop, but I mean, at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. I'm afraid to look at DCFC. Okay. I thought it was going to be like $20. But, a little bit of a base here. Shorting Peloton right now, injurious to your health. Look at this, Peloton. My goodness, PTON. Nice little two-bar pullback. Two-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. He should be showing up any time now, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. And again, you want to head over to YouTube. He'll be there between 12 and 1. All right, I see you're streaming, Michael. Okay, I'll stop my stream. Have a good time, Michael, for your 1 hour stint.
All right, everyone, let's start by testing the sound as usual while I hide all of the things that have to be hidden. All right, that worked. All right, and if I did that right, you guys should be able to see everything. Cool. So I see myself, so I think everything's working there. Again, if you guys are new here, that light is abrasive. Let me actually turn that down a bit. Ah, there we go. It's a little better. So if you guys are new here, what we do is we take a hour every single day, give Barry some much needed time off, open the room up to questions, and then go from there. So I'll be here all day or all hour answering any questions that you have about trade ideas or trading or anything like that. So feel free to write them in chat. I always say we appreciate these questions because we've got nothing really prepared because we want to make sure that if there are questions, we're here for them. Just move in the chat so everything's on one nice screen there. And the more you ask questions, the less I'll be waffling on about randomly. Copy. So, what is going on overall in the market? So let's bring up the SPY here. Really, I've been busy building indicators and doing cool things. So again, I guess if you don't know me, I always like to come and set. I'll just type hi in chat there so you guys know who it is. But my name is Michael. I've been using Trade Ideas for, 2006 until date, and then I've been consulting with them for a little bit as well. I do a lot of the math stuff around here as a chartered market technician and kind of a quant style trader. So I do a combination of quantitative analysis and technical analysis, just like how most people, I think most traders do a combination of fundamental and technical analysis. You go up how to set up a docked window. Sure. The easiest way to do it is first set up all the free floating windows you want. Right. So first of all, new docked window right here. Right. That will open up a docked window. You can name it whatever you want. So we'll call it stream. And then there's two ways to get things into the dock, right? And the main reason, so this is, if you load up a new dock for the first time, it will have this nice little instructional video for you, but let's actually close that. So if under your tools and options, you have layouts, right? And then we have this window right here. So if you have this ticked where it has opening windows and you have open in docked window, one moment. Okay, false alarm. Thought I was going to sneeze. Don't want to sneeze in the mic. Then any window that you open up will open up in whatever the previously selected docked bar is, right? So, let's get out of there. I'll click this, right? And this is the previously selected bar. And then if I just go new chart window, it'll open up in that bar. Now I'm running a beta version that's got it's like an internal beta thing. So just ignore all these, right? So I open up a new chart and then I can just open up a new alert window. Let's just grab whatever the default is, right? And you can go like that, right? And then I can open up a new single stock window. And you see they're just all opening up inside this window right here because of the fact that this is the most previously selected dock. So that's the way you can do it. Another way you can do it is you can, if you want to go and say there's a channel that you kind of like and you want to modify that, you can just go to that channel. And then if that's your most previously selected window, so like I'll select this one And then let me just open up a new, I don't know, Market Explorer window. You can see it opened up inside of this channel bar. So it's just whichever one you've highlighted last. So, if you've got a channel and you're like, I like this channel, I just want to make a few changes to it, then you can open and change that as well. Now, the last thing I'll say is that when you are done, right click on the title bar right here, and then just go save or share to cloud, and then name this, right? Because then you can always get it again, right? Make sure you save that to the cloud so, if you close it or if you go somewhere else and it disappears or something, you can always load it up for the cloud. Make sure you do that, please. It's one of those things that's like, if you're a old video game nerd like me, the saying was save early, save often, same kind of thing. No problem. I've been using Bollinger Bands in my relative strength index bounce play. I've told you can't scan for RSI under Bollinger Bands. You can't. So there wouldn't be any way around that. That's just not something that we have access to. Now, however, I've been playing with the same, coincidentally, I've been playing with some of the same math. And for now, there is one for a daily chart, although it doesn't say that, under the Market Explorer and server window. Strong stock pulling back is one of my favorite scans right now. And it's looking for that where the RSI is outside of the Bollinger Bands. But in the main version, you can't do that. Now, soon, what we're going to have is everything that's in the Market Explorer window from a daily point of view will have a breakdown for all the different time frames. So you can do that, wait for that soon, and that will be in. Just because I like I've done some testing with it, and it seems like a pretty interesting idea. But currently, there's no way to do that. Now you can do, RSI at certain levels on the 5-minute chart, but no RSI outside of Bollinger Bands currently. Right, and all, again, just know that there's no magic with these, right? So an RSI outside the Bollinger Bands just means the stock moved down quickly, right? So I did a video I'll actually share here, and it's going to be part of a series that I do where I'm just calling it looking up my channel. I'm calling it Demystifying Indicators. There it is with Mike. It's just a 4-minute video about what exactly the math of these things, of each of these indicators actually means. What's the mathematics behind it? Because there's so many people who trade with these who just don't know the math behind it. So for a Bollinger Band to get outside of or for an RSI to get outside the Bollinger Band, just needs to be a down move, right? It needs to be a fast down move. So although you won't be able to find that directly, if you go in and you just look for things that have a pretty dramatic downtick in the last 10 to 30 minutes, most often you'll find a lot of those as well, right? It's really important that, and this is why I'm going to make this, that's the first video in this series. I'm going to do all of the indicators. But the reason I do it is because people get so fixated on the lines that they're seeing on the screen. They don't go back to that kind of first principle thinking of, okay, what does this actually mean? And again, it just means that the stock ticked down quickly. So using that, you could go into the system and you could just build something that says, okay, I want a stock making a new, a new 5-minute low. So low, right? And you say a new 5-minute low, and then you could use the change in filters and say, in the last, say, 15 minutes, I want it moving down a certain percentage. Or, use the running down, I think is another way to do it. Running down alert window and find that as well. Because that's just, again, it's one of those things that there's a lot of ways that you can kind of replace an indicator. Now, it won't be exact, won't be, all of these things will work like that. But, just try to figure out what it means and move it as well, right? So if you're getting a lot of alerts during the day and that's a problem, you just need to look at how many of them meet your written and tested trading plan that I'm sure you have. And make those adjustments, like which ones are meeting, could you do a volume thing? Do you want them running down more? Do you want them running down less, right? Just anytime you're getting too little or too many alerts, just refer back to that trading plan that you have and then see which of those, because I'm sure, right, all responsible traders have a trading plan, and in that trading plan they have the specific parameters they need for entry. So, and generally screenshots, right? So what I would do is I would look at the screenshot of what fit your plan perfectly and then go through the ones that came up and see where are they missing? Like what could you tighten up so you're not seeing as much junk, right? So usually, the culprits you'll look at would be like volume. Average true range is a good one, just to make sure that the stocks that are coming through that generally move, things like that. But just look at what's the chart that you're seeing come out of the scan look like versus what's the chart on your trading plan look like, and just do those comparison. I'd like to scan using SMA crossovers. So we don't really have any SMA crossovers right now to pick the RSI. So anyway, to find what we have within Trade Ideas, right, is load up a new window and just go to the search tab and then just type in what you're looking for, right? So if I type in RSI, this is what comes up. So these are the things you can scan with. So you said a low RSI under 30%. I don't know what time frame, but you would just pick whichever time frame this is and click add filter and then just make the maximum 30, right? And then for the SMA crossover, you can just type in SMA, and these are the ones that we have. So, again, you would just need which SMA crossover you'd need. And then when you find that, just click add alert, right? So this is the 5 period crossing above the 1 period. All right, and I can just remove the rest of this. All right, so this is 5 period SMA crossovers with 1 period with RSIs. I forget what I put in, oversold, but that'd be the way to do it, right? Just anytime you're in like this search box is super, super powerful, right? If we have it, you'll be able to find it in here, and kind of if we don't have it, you won't, it won't be there, right? So. So yeah, all right, you can also just do cross over. Or cross, I guess, would be a simpler way. And this is everything with the term cross in it. So what's a good ATR number? Well, right, that's going to be up to the plan you created, but essentially, and you can see it in, let's do a single stock window. This one, and let's actually just add that in. So, right, we can configure, go to the search box and just type in ATR, and you can see, ATR just stands for average true range, which you can see right here, and let's add that in. So the best way to do it is to add that into your single stock window, and then go through which charts you like and see what a good ATR is for it. But essentially put, the ATR is simply how much does the stock generally move in a given day, right? It's just the simplest way to look at it, right? So ELMS here that we're looking at, it on average moves around 64 cents in the day. Mixing up my protein shake there. But so ways to use an ATR is, if the stock moves like 5 cents a day, that would probably not be very good. But again, you need to customize this for whatever your trading plan is. Another thing to look at is if the average true range is $1 and the stock's already moved $2 and there's no, insane volume or news out there, then you might go, okay, well, it's probably, might not make sense to buy it too much. But generally speaking, no one uses ATR for direction or anything. It's just a metric to say this is how much this stock uses. So when you're building scans, you can do things like, I only want to look at stocks that move more than 50 cents in a day, right? Because I'm trying to buy them and get, say a 50-cent move out of them. That's something that makes perfect sense from an average true range point of view. Another way that you could do it is you could just say, hey, maybe too much, right? Maybe you don't want to trade, especially for day traders. Sometimes they don't want stocks that move, $5-10 a day, and that's just not part of their trading plan. So you can put a cap on it the other end. You can also use it as there's an indicator we do have. So if we go new and indicators, you can go down to average true range, and you can add that in. And this is just simply a graphical version of the same number that's here. So, for example, a lot of people will say volatility is mean reverting, right? So they'll look for when the ATR is shrinking, and they'll say, okay, maybe it will expand later. But again, generally speaking, it's just a way to say, how much does the stock normally move? No problem. Let's remove that. There we go. When you say strong stock pulling back, this is just swing. It doesn't mean long for a swing, right? It means long if it meets your written and tested trading plan, but essentially it's just that. You'll find stocks that have been strong for some length of time and are now pulling back to some degree. Right, so this is a scan that I really like because I am a trend trader mainly. I have a few setups that I like, but I want to let the market tell me what a strong stock is. But then I just don't necessarily like chasing them as they're breaking to new all-time highs. So I like things like this where, the C, it's obviously a strong name, and it's pulling back. And my thing is I want to try to the best of my ability, time a pullback into some sort of a trade, right? Where I want to look at, a lot of these now, because the only thing that's strong right now is oil and gas. You'll notice a lot of these things are energy names. But, right, so INCY, for example, right, that's a fairly strong name recently, and now it's pulling back, right? So that's all that means. And then you look at, okay, what's your trading plan? Like, how are you going to determine where is kind of the appropriate pullback area? Where are you going to take your shot, right? Now, if you're just looking for strong names and you don't want the pullback at all, that's where a TI strength will really help you. And I got to say, I am very, very impressed and very happy with the performance of TI strength during this last kind of market turmoil, or whatever you'd like to call it, where if we look at the SPY here, right, it's had a pretty harsh pullback, and there was, I think, almost 2 weeks in a row where nothing from TI strength triggered. And then on this bounce, we had one or two things triggered, and they did very well. So you were able to avoid a lot of this down move. Right, and again, the things that are in it right now, it's funny, it's amazing to watch the cycle. If you go through the TI strength stuff every day, it gives you a pretty good understanding of what sectors and what indices are going to be strong within that, right? So like before, we were seeing a whole bunch of oil and gas in it when oil and gas was really, really strong. It still is. But when it started to get a little bit overextended, you notice that a lot of that oil and gas name dropped off. And then now we're seeing just tons of commercial banking. I'm seeing a handful of gold and precious metals, and a lot of names like this that are foreign, right? A lot of foreign names in there as well, which is makes sense because what's getting killed is a lot of these more speculative names. And again, oil and gas did great until it got to the point too much. And that's kind of shown in what actually showed up in TI strength this week, right? So we had, right, I'll just draw in the triggers as we go, but we had calm if you took it over, what's like 41.50, I think. That was great. Bank of America, Calm's a food manufacturer. Bank of America did great. You took it over yesterday. You had a bit of a gap today. Charles Schwab, again, just fantastic. Right? So a lot of these things, again, you're just seeing these rotation into financial names from energy names. So what I'll do is I'll look at that and I'll say, okay, where do I want my personal portfolio to be looked at? Because right, that's just how I trade. I want to be invested in the strongest names, right? As buddy of mine, JC from All Star Chart says, if you want to own the strongest names, just buy the strongest names, right? So this is what does a very, very good job of that, just getting you into at least the sectors that are doing well at the time. And I noticed when I was running my back tests way back in the day, when we were doing some of this testing during the pandemic, like Peloton and Zoom and Teladoc and all these things were in there back when they were looking like this, when they were the strongest names. I think a problem is I think you could take most longer term traders and turn their trading around entirely is if they have a plan to be in the strongest names when they're the strongest names, and when they stop being the strongest names, just get the hell out. Which again, I believe is our power as traders, right? A lot of people always, they try to buy the junk, hoping that it's going to bounce. There's a human nature element in there where they're always trying to buy the stuff that is doing the worst, and they're hoping that it will some point do the best. And some of these things you get a big, you can get a big bounce over something who's just been hammered over time. But over the long run, I just think you're way better in being, right? Let the market tell you what's strong, and then just figure out a way to ride it, right? Support resistant lines in TI, yep. It's just there's a little pencil looking icon right up here on the chart. You just click on that, and then you pick your drawing tool. We've got horizontal, kind of a free draw thing. We've got text. We've got an arrow, and then we have anchored VWAP. But yeah, so if I want to just draw a line, I can just do this and draw that out. And we're adding the ability to kind of customize these lines a little bit more soon, I hope. They're a little anemic right now, but soon you'll be able to do thickness and color and that kind of stuff. What do I think of the current market? I am of the opinion that we are still in a bull market as much as people are losing their mind, because when we hit down here, we held this support perfectly, and this was only down 10%, which technically is only a correction, so it barely hit correction, right? They say anything up to 5% to 10% is a pullback, 10% to 20% is correction, 20% on is a bear market. And we barely hit correction, and everybody lost their mind. All the bears who have been calling the top for ages, and there's a lot of them who've been calling the top basically since here. They've been wrong every single time, and I see no reason why they couldn't continue to be wrong. I think this market's kind of pretty simple, where you just mark the low of that pullback right here. If you say above that, we're in a bull market and I should be looking long. If we kind of break and close below that area, it's time to get out, right? It's that's kind of where everything's let go. Now we're just in an area of volatility right now, which makes perfect sense. This I think this volatility will continue until it figures out, right? Until we get kind of a clean break up into this area or a clean break down into this area. I think we're still kind of in that chop mode. Now, going a little deeper, which is what I do as a technical analyst and a quant person, really, if you want to dive just deeper than the SPY, I think we're kind of in a tale of two markets here where, let's go Burke. So, and I've done this chart a lot, and I actually got a lot of crap on Twitter when I did it from those people who just want to hold growth stocks and hope they go up and won't just buy stuff that's already going up. So this top chart here is ARK. So this is the ARK funds, right? Kathy Wood stuff. So just think EVs and Pelotons and Zooms and all that stuff and how this is doing. And then this is Berkshire Hathaway. So this is Warren Buffett. So just think about the Warren Buffett stuff that he would invest in, dividend bearing companies, companies that have good valuations, things like that, right? They'll go through and I think this is a perfect chart to say, well, if you're in the value stuff, which TI Strength has kept me in this entire time and I've been thankful for, it's a nice bull market, right? We're near all-time highs. Everything's doing fine. I've been in a lot of energy names and financial names and foreign companies and things like that. If you're in the Pelotons and Zooms and GameStops and AMCs and all of these like speculative growth names that are just getting hammered, you're probably feeling this. And that's what I think is causing a lot of people to think the market is worse off than it is this is what they're feeling, right? Because they're buying these names that there was a lot of new people that came into trading in 2020, 2021, and that's when a lot of these names were doing great. So a lot of people think that that's where they have to trade and that's where they have to put their money in. And I think they're going to have a hard time, right? Whereas the people who've been around for a length of time and know that just the market cycles, they're moving their money from something like this into something like that. And then if this starts picking up again, they'll put it back into something like this. We're doing fine. Like, again, an easy way to look at it is just this TI Strength scan, right? So we've got a commercial bank as number one, and a commercial bank as number two, and a commercial bank is number three, right? Medical insurance, another one, right? These are boring, slow names. Here's another commercial bank, right? But if you're sticking with these commercial banks and things like this, you'll be doing great. And then if, when this changes and growth names or some weed names or psychedelics or EVs or whatever is going to be the next hot thing, after the market is determined those are going to be strong, they'll make their way into TI Strength and we can go from there. So I've noticed you draw lows for level. What lows are more important to you? I'm just basically all technical analysis derives down to, right, just to demystify. Again, check out that video I posted. Is that still on the clipboard? Because again, that video is going to be a series of videos and or indicators and chart patterns and candlestick patterns. I'm demystifying all of trading with that, 1 5-minute video at a time. But all of trading, and this goes to your candlestick question and your how far I draw lows and everything, you got to, like, demystifying is the word, because there's no magic to this, right? So you got to think all charts, all candlesticks, everything is just saying when the market sold, where did buyers take control? And when the market rallied, where did sellers take control? Right? And that's actually why one of the reasons I like line charts. Let's do a line chart or do an area chart. And then let's just make that a kind of easier to see color. Something like that. Right? That's why one of the reasons I like these area charts, because they will just show you a little bit easier for some people. Okay, sellers took control here and buyers took control here. And that's the kind of crux of all of this type of analysis is, if you think of a bull flag, right, which is the most heavily sought after pattern out there, it's just stock moves up, sellers take control, buyers and sellers fight for a certain area, and then you hope buyers take control again. A head and shoulders pattern, right? Just draw that out. A head and shoulders pattern like this is just, right, sellers took control here, and then they took control a little bit higher, and then they took control a little bit lower. So when it comes to drawing support and resistance lines, again, there's going to be an art to this, but you just want to say, where is it that when the stock pulled back, that the buyers said no more, right? They went to an area and the buyers said that's it, right? So when I draw levels like this, all I'm doing is saying, okay, here's a point where sellers took control on Hope, right? Hope rallied all the way to this area. At some point, that was the point where the market reached an equilibrium and sellers had more power than buyers, and it sold off, right? And then when it broke that, when it came back and tested it, that was the area where buyers said, okay, this is the area that I'm going to take control. So when you're drawing these lines, and it's the same with candlestick patterns, is just look at which ones are at significant areas in which the tides change, right? So I always describe and I always look at candlestick analysis and chart analysis stuff. It's just there's a war going on between the two of them, right? There's one side you have bulls, the other side you have bears, and there's just this battle going on between them. And where did one side, push it than the other? The other way to look at it is a tug of war, right? At what point did things pull back or things get pushed forward, or and just think of it like that, right? And just understand that the market has memory. The people who sold their stock here and saw that it ran higher may, when it gets back to that area, say, well, I sold my stock there and it moved much, much higher. Now that it's back down there, I think I'm going to rebuy my stock because it's proven that it's strong. So that's, we can push from there. And that's why I like prior resistance acting as support, is because there's technicians that will look at those areas and play off those, but there's also people who have memories, right? They bought Hope at 14 and they rode it to 16, they sold it. Then they saw it went up to 17. So then when it came back to 16, they're like, well, that's where I sold it before, but I think I got out too early. It's doing well at this price. And then, right, that will continue to buy it. That will continue to push it up. It's just those people buying it. I didn't do my Sunday stream on my personal channel. We had, and I should have prefaced this, if my power goes out again, someone else will take over. So just hang out and then refresh and go from there. So just because we had a pretty epic ice storm up here that just knocked out my power for like 3 days. And being in Canada, that made things pretty cold. But yeah, so everything was just all messed up. So I didn't stream on Sunday. Any correlation between beta and ATR? No, beta is a comparison to how much your stock moves and is correlated to the S&P 500. ATR is just the amount that it moves in a dollar amount on any given day. So yes, higher beta stocks will probably generally have higher average true range. as well, but they're not related. You got to understand beta has two components. It has correlation to the S&P 500 and how much it moves comparatively to the S&P 500. Whereas ATR is just on any given day, how much does the stock move, right? So ATR is a much simpler correlation or calculation. Beta is a little bit more significant just because it's got that correlation aspect, and then it's got, right? So if you've got a beta of 2, it generally means for every 1% the SPY moves, this security will move double that. Again, ATR is just how much does it move in a given day. There's a way to have it change since alert column for X. I don't know what X is. If you wanted to view past alerts, such as new yearly high, and see how it played out. Well, you can backtest that, right? So you could go into a new alert window, and let's just take a new yearly high. So we'll take a new high, and it says right here, high of year, 365. So we'll put in 365. And we'll just leave that like that for now. And then you can actually just run a backtest strategy. And I can say, well, okay, what happened if I took a new yearly high and I don't know, I held it for, I don't know, 20 days. And then I can just simulate how buying a new yearly high on anything would have performed over the last whatever day. Right, that'd be the best way to do it, but no way to say, because percentage of yearly high as the stock moves higher, that's going to change, right? So you have to anchor, like, at what point are you interested in it making a new high, because we can go from there, right? And these alerts are refreshing intraday, so that would change as well. How would I use the standard deviation to find bouncer alerts? Again, not to sound like yeah, well, there's a whole let me see if I can get you a video quickly on back testing. This might be a good one to start with. Check that one as well. Yeah, check out that video that I just posted in the room. That should get started. So how would you use standard deviation to find bounce alerts? Well, whatever your, not to sound like a broken record, but whatever you've got your written and tested trading plan about. And I wouldn't use it at all, personally. But the standard deviation filters just basically say, this is how much the stock normally moves. Anything outside of like 3 standard deviations is going to be excessive to that. And then you would have to plug in whatever you've got in your trading plan you've tested. Now, I don't really think that makes a whole lot of sense, because I don't know, you'd have to stack a lot of other things on top of it. But yeah, that's basically what it's saying, is any number that you put in for standard deviation greater than 3 is going to be a very rare move for that individual name. But again, how you use that, you got to build a whole trading plan around that kind of stuff, right? There's no magic. There is just, I have tested this, I have recorded it, I have put it into a plan, I have tested it backwards, I've tested it forwards, I've tested it in paper, I've done all of that, and now I'm just going to sit and do nothing but that until the end of days. Nova Scotia, that's where I'm from. But yeah, so I don't know. Standard deviation is an interesting method, but it's the same as ATR. It's the same as saying if something moves outside of its ATR, it's too far. And I would push back on that and saying, well, right, I always use extreme examples to make points, just FYI, if someone hasn't known me. But if a company cures cancer tomorrow, then whatever it moved prior makes no difference, right? So you could trade off, and any indicator is going to take that, what did it do prior, and extrapolate it out, whether it's Bollinger Bands or RSI or ATR or standard deviation. It's gonna push that out. So whatever you do has to, again, be part of a comprehensive plan and kind of push that as well, right? So I like the standard deviation as a I actually use it. I can show you one way that I use it. I use it for gaps, right? So for me, recording gaps in standard deviation is more interesting than it is in dollars or percentage, right? Because saying, oh, this stock's up $5. Well, to me, that's a useless number, because if the stock normally moves $10, then that's not that big of a deal. And same with the saying, this stock's up 10%. Well, there's stocks that will move 10% a day, especially cheaper ones. So, saying, oh, well, this is up 10%, that's not interesting to me as well. But, this number, so Teladoc is up 12 standard deviations. So I know that that's a significant amount that this thing moved. This GHM is down 13 standard deviations. So I know that's a significant move as well. But again, so it can be used as a metric like that, but I don't really see a lot of value in playing it. Now, if you want to get deep into what it means, you got to go back to probably grade 12 mathematics, where they talked about the bell curve and all that kind of stuff, which I'm luckily not going to have to teach anyone. So yeah, I can. And again, it's just gappers, and in many cases, it's going to be the same as most other gappers. But maybe I can't. Hold on, let me try my other machine. Again, I've got an experimental build going on here. We're testing to try to throw out some basically before you guys see it, we play with it. Is this the same? Yeah, roughly. Let's give that a try. So yeah, any before you guys see a new beta, we test it here. And often we find glaring issues like that, and we get them fixed before we send them out to you. So I think there's actually another new beta that I'm supposed to upgrade to. I just didn't have a chance before because I lost power again today for about an hour because we're having a rainstorm right after our ice storm. So, but yeah, that's the only way I've really found standard deviation to make a lot of sense, right? It's one of those things that, same with RSI, the people who say when the RSI is above 80, it's overbought. That to me makes little to no sense, because if you delve in on what the RSI is, and this is what I go over in that video that I posted, it's essentially just comparing the size and frequency of the up move with the size and frequency of the down move. So if a stock is overbought, which means the RSI is high, it just means it's had a lot of big green candles and then not nearly as many small red candles. So, geez, I think that was ice on my roof. We're down big here, but I don't want to short something that's putting in many big green candles and few small little candles. That seems like a stock that I'd want to buy. So again, it's different. Things like divergences, I like an RSI because, again, the math says if it shows up on this RSI divergence scan, it's basically saying that the stock is making new lows. However, the amount of the size and the frequency of red bars are diminishing. So it's continuing to make new lows, but it's doing it in a way where it's the buyers are taking more control intraday. Again, all this is covered in that video that I posted. But again, before you look at an indicator, just be real confident on how the mathematics behind that works, right? RSI knows the relative strength index. Can you develop some more about how to use it for trading and use it in the TI alerts? I'm going to share that. I'm going to shamelessly plug this video again to watch, to check that out. And again, how you use it is going to be entirely up to you, right? If you don't have a written and tested trading plan on something, please don't trade with it. You're just gambling at that point. The market will take your money at some point. But check that out. Now, ways that I like to use the RSI, one of the ways is this divergence scan that's in the Market Explorer. If you want this, you just go into your title bar and click New, Market Explorer window, and then right-click on it and find the RSI divergence scan. So again, the math behind RSI is the amount and frequency of the red moves. Like, I can go into the actual math, but it's basically average up move divided by average down move is a simple way to think of it. So, right, AMPS, perfect example here, right? There's no real green candles to be seen at all, so the RSI is moving down sharply, right? I don't think there's any value in that, right? Just because it's gotten under a certain number, I don't think it's like, okay, now it's a screaming buy. It's like it's the RSI has moved down because the stock is weak. If you want to trend with the trade or trade with the trend, which I suggest because it's the only reason technical analysis works, is that the market is not normally distributed, which goes back to the standard deviation topic about, you can't really do a standard deviation on anything that's not normally distributed, but that's just math. Sorry. But when it gets to the point where the price is moving lower, but yet the RSI is moving higher, this kind of shows that maybe a couple things could, in theory, be happening. I'm just going to find that's a super clean one right here, right? So if you had bought this thing because it came or oversold, you just got killed, right? But, it's been making lower lows and the RSI is actually making higher lows. So that means that as the price is selling, more green candles are coming in and or the red candles are shrinking in size comparatively to the green candles. So it can show that maybe the sellers of GWH, whatever this thing is, are starting to run out of steam, right? Now, then I wouldn't just trade off it. Again, there's no indicator ever that's just going to make you money, that you just go, okay, here's the indicator alone, it's going to make me money, because why would anyone ever release an indicator like that, right? They would shove it in a black box and encrypt it and just make billions of dollars and not tell anybody about it. But if you take that as a clue and you say, okay, so maybe the RSI is giving me a clue here that this is potentially running out of steam, and then you build some trading plans on top of that, right? So JOBY, right? Down move here, RSI pushing up. Maybe you say, for example, okay, we go back and we say, when's the last time the sellers took control? Well, that was right here. That was the last time the sellers took control. Well, we're kind of clearing that now. So maybe this Jobby Aviation, whatever it is, if it can close here above this recent place where sellers took control, maybe, right? I found this one because the RSI was diverting. Now it looks like it may be breaking out. You could say maybe that this is going to turn into a little bit of a double bottom if this closes kind of above that area. So, and this is personally, this is the way I use indicators. Is I'll use them to find things, and then from there, I'm using what I'm seeing in the actual price chart to confirm that. So, one of the strategies I always have with an RSI divergence, like I'm looking at LZ. I haven't looked at this today, but LegalZoom here, right? Just absolutely shellacked from $40 down to like 16. And I picked this one up because it was on the RSI divergence scanner yesterday. You can see how price was moving lower and the RSI was pushing higher. And the fact that it's just been basing here for an incredibly long period of time. So we just have, zoom out a little bit more. I'm telling you, it does not like this magic mouse with the glass, right? So we've got a little bit of kind of a rounded bottom looking look here. So I'm just watching this overhead resistance right here that's been established for a while. If we can break and close above that, I can take a shot, and then if we break back down, I know that I'm wrong. So my risk is kind of in this area. And if I'm right, maybe we get to a gap fill here, so then I'm rewarded this, which if that's multiple times my risk, then I'm happy. Just knowing that, again, there is no magic. You're not ever really going to be right more than 60-ish% of the time, right? So what do you do? But, again, just it's like a weight of the evidence approach. It should be your trading plan and your trading philosophy should just have a lot of kind of if-then statements as if you were programming a computer. So for me, it's if it shows up on the RSI scanner, take a look at it for this particular setup that I have, right? And then I have a checklist, right? Is it continuously going down? Yes, well then I'm not interested in it. I'm not going to pick a falling knife. So on to the next one. Has it looked like it's found a bottom? Is there some support there, a horizontal support for a period of time? Yes. Okay, well now I can continue to look at it, right? And then it's, when's earnings, what's the company in, big list, but it's basically if, then, if, then, if, then. So for example, with LegalZoom, my plan right now is if we can get a close over, it's like, 17 is what I'm looking for. If we get a close over 17, I'm going to buy some with my stop under this last swing low, like 1550. We got earnings March 17, right? And then it will be another bunch of if-then statements, right? If we get near 220, right, maybe sell part, right? Move stop break even, right? But it should be, and this is, one of my old trading mentors always used to, he was an old Army guy, and he always used to say, you don't get smarter when the bullets start flying. He just over and over and over again would say this. And that's why it's like you have to have a plan that says, if this, then this, if this, then this. And then when it's time for action and it's time for trading, you just do that. You just follow that plan through. Because the people who just try to bring up a chart and analyze it and guess what's going to happen next, those guys definitely have the hardest times. That's, you're playing the game on hard mode at that point because you're just trying to, really, it's going to be very emotionally dependent, right? You have a good day that day, you're feeling fine, maybe it'll work. You got a bad day, maybe it won't. So that's the way I use RSI. The way I don't use RSI is overbought, oversold. It just doesn't, right? You just look back on this chart. We were oversold starting here, so you would have ridden it from 27 to 22, then you got a little bounce, then it became oversold again here at 20, then it would all went down to 15, right? It just doesn't work that way, sadly. And then, part of that's because the market's a self-correcting mechanism, right? This thing became oversold at 100, it would have ridden it down to 86, right? If there was something that easy in trading, then there'd be predatory algorithms that would take advantage of how easy that is. That's what I mean by a self-correcting mechanism, right? Market Explorer scan displays day rather than just specific time. Is that the best way to tell? Yeah, for now, that's the best way to tell if it's a daily alert or an intraday alert. Now, this is like an early alpha product. So, for example, with the RSI divergence, there will be a 5 minute, a 15 minute, probably a 1 minute RSI, and they're basically we need to change the interface because right, it's hard to see from my face, but this is clunky, right? This is just a big list of all of these things. But yeah, we're going to add, so, the breakdown stabilization, for example, that is an intraday scan, and you will see a time, right, where these things came through. So if you see a time, it's an intraday scan. If you see just the date, then it's a daily scan. So this intraday scan is one that our CEO Dan requested and likes, and basically just looking for a stock that sells down right off the open, and then it's just putting in this base. And one of the things that he does when he's scalping is he just tries to buy against this support, right? So if it pulls back, he'll buy against the support. Maybe he'll wait for it to break out and buy some there. But that's just kind of the way he does it. It's like an intraday scan. But that is the best way to do it. We are working on some more advanced, like we want to update the user interface on this, where you'll be able to go to bull flag, for example, and then you'll be able to pick a time frame based off what you want to trade, and then you'll be able to go to RSI divergence and pick a time frame and all of these things. But it's cool the way Trade Ideas works like this, I think anyway, where we build in plain sight, right? Like, you're gonna see this thing march along as time goes on. Like, it was kind of given to me as, hey, we built this thing, we haven't found anyone who can utilize it yet. No one's as big of a nerd as you when it comes to math, because I have to, like, the reason I know so much about these indicators is when I built the RSI divergence, I have to first build the RSI. I have to build the mathematics behind it and then carry it forward. So every scan you're seeing here, every indicator, everything, I've built completely from scratch. And that's the only reason that it can work as it is. So again, we push this out for you guys to start playing with immediately. But yeah, we're going to start tweaking it where, again, we'll have different drop-down menus for different time zones. Eventually, again, don't email them because this is far off. You'll be able to filter by like price and volume, because we know some people only like stocks under a certain price or over a certain price. We'll add, it will never be customizable because it just can't, because of it's a very powerful thing, but it really eats into the back end. So if everybody was building their own scans, we'd have to charge like $2,000 a month for the product. We don't want to do that, but it will keep marching on, right? So it's a window that you should always keep open and check back with every now and then, because as time goes on and as we march on, things will get better and better. Away we go. A lot more to come with it, a lot more scans, a lot more all that kind of stuff, right? Eventually, it's just going to be huge. There's just going to be, because our goal with it is to make something super cool and more robust than we can do in the normal product that has these back end limitations. But the main purpose is to make these really robust scans that are just plug and play, right? If you're an RSI divergence person, there will be a 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, and daily RSI divergence. You can just sit down, you can just hit a button, and away you go. But anyway, guys, that is it for me today. As always, someone in here every same time, right? Just different person. So come on by, say hi. If you're interested at all, I've typed
an alert up here for SOPA to see if it would take it out later on. Doesn't look like it's going to. When I say right here around that 5:30 mark, so this is really starting to drift down. This was I guess is a meme stock, social media pump. So quote unquote, they got a hold of it. Well, Facebook just barely broke down underneath 220 to 1982 now. Yikes! You took Peloton short at 35. What is your stop? Trade 25. What's your stop? Because that went up to that went $5 on you. What sort of stop do you have? I don't think I know the answer to that question, but boy, this is unstoppable. Now, is this shortable for me? So this end lock is shortable for me. At some point, it just can't keep moving higher, right? But it's an all-time high, so there's nothing stopping it on the chart. It took out that high over here, 28.70. So it took that high out just a little while ago. About $1 ago, it took that high out right there. So an all-time high now for NLOK and NLOK. Okay, so there's now quite a bit of covering for VLDR that I can see. Covering, when I say that, Interactive Brokers had a few shorts available. At the beginning, they had none. Then about 3,000 or 4,000 showed up. But there must be some short covering starting now or over the last little while, because there are now 47,000 shares available. Almost an all-time low. That's at Interactive Brokers, okay? I can't speak for any other brokerage platform. It's funny you say that, William, and we're getting way off the topic here, sort of. I'm wondering if he's such a terrible leader, or just people are kind of, he's sort of just a geeky guy. I don't know if he's a horrible leader. I have no idea. But, he's just got that look about him that, and I wonder if that's more to it. I have no idea if he's a terrible leader. Meanwhile, I was joking with the guys at Trade Ideas saying, we got to figure out a way to trade GME with these $10 daily swings. All right, my wife's company is coming back. For it, that's good volume on the U.S. market. Yeah, Jan. I mean, and that's really what I'm without trying to draw attention to the way he looks exactly. And I think that is a, believe it or not, I think it's got something to do with it. But anyway, PayPal, strong move down. Let's take a look at PayPal, PYPL. Mm-hmm. Boy, since its earnings also, I mean, it's it's a little bit like Facebook. Maybe not quite the market cap loss. Maybe, I don't know. No, maybe not. No, doesn't have the same number of shares, but still devastating. You miss it again. Well, luckily, even if there's not one for that one today, we'll get some tomorrow for other. How about TGH, guys? I mean, TGH. Gotta look left. What did I say? 41.24 and 40.44. So 41.24 is the next high looking left on that monthly chart. It is not an earnings play. They released after hours on the 10th, but it is ahead of earnings. Yeah, Grumpy, that would make sense with the number of shares they had and the dollar drop. Yeah, that would make sense. No, I'm sure some of you might. Well, I don't know. Maybe you've forgotten probably that I'm still in this one at 545 MFGP. So why am I hanging on when it's not doing anything? Because you just never know. You never know when all of a sudden maybe get some volume and it tacks on 20, 30 cents. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I just look at that. Is that the doorbell? Just a minute. Or was that from my headset? Just a minute. Did it actually get all the way down there? Couldn't have got all the way down there, did it? CHGG? I can't even remember where I was talking. Right around here, maybe? No. All right, guys. Well, I guess keep an eye on the CEIX. This showed up on the Gap Up and Go. The price was 27.84, so it's not that far away. The next high looking left is 29.38, so it's got some room. Takes out that 28. It does have some room. You know, Norton's been around for a long time. I didn't realize in 1980, 1982. Well, you know, the volume on GME is not letting up either. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, it is not letting up. That got it started, that little volume bar right there. And then people might have gone, uh-oh, maybe it's over. But look at this. I mean, the volume is not letting up on GME. And it's just, and obviously the Reddit crew has got a hold of it today. Yes, Cenex, of course, because it's aluminum, you would think it would be on the move. I actually saw this one a little while ago. You see ENX, because it's an aluminum play, like Alcoa. Just a little bit cheaper, so it's a nice little base here, but it looks probably just like Alcoa. There's Alcoa, look what it did. You know, that looks just like what Cenex, CENX did. All right, Coty now is through that 200-day moving average, which was 901. I think last time I saw this one, it was just sitting underneath it, and now it's starting to move. Coty, another earnings play, COTY. Well, Cam, I don't know if you're in the room, but I guess those low priced and low volume IPOs, not one of them released today, I guess. Too bad. All right, guys, let's see if this TGH can keep surging here. What a great daily candle now, and not quite an all-time high. I wonder how many years we have to go. I mean, it's not an all-time high, but I don't know, might as well be. 41.24 is the next high looking left on the monthly, so it's right there. I don't know how far back we have to go. Looks like 2013. You know, who cares what happened 9 years ago? So this is, I know, technically not an all-time high, but may as well be, TGH. And earnings are coming up. Facebook, man. It looks like it really wants to leave that 220 behind now. Oh, now edit. Edit was well, this is the one where is this the one where the person was fired, termination? Yeah, suddenly terminates chief medical officer. So this is edit, and this is a gap down and a go. So it gap down, and now it's going down. I mean, this is, I mean, read that headline. I mean, we knew this pre-market, but this is an additional little nugget without an explanation. I wonder what, I believe it was Lisa Michaels. What in the world could she possibly have done? Yeah, this little, I took this in the simulator, guys. This is the simulator in action. So of note, keep an eye on the max and the total P&L. All right, where could this go? I mean, take a look left on this daily chart, and then I think the next low is 1650. So in the pre-market, this got all the way down to that low, 1650. So it's starting to sink, and this is a sort of a green bar ignored right here. Can it pick up steam and just keep moving down? Oh, this must be, is this ripping, guys? Okay, the DCFC must be moving a little bit. Wow, man, it already moved. I'm just hearing the warrant. So this is not quite over. So, as crazy as it sounds, I know I said this yesterday, or a couple of days ago about another stock. I'm just going to stick a price alert at the high. If it takes that high out, I mean, of course, it'll be an all-time high, but it could just keep ripping. All right, I'm kind of watching this TGH to see if it holds 41. Otherwise, I'll just forget about it. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just watching this TGH. I just want to see how well it holds this 41 level. Okay, what is the market doing? So the SPY is starting to drop a little bit. That may have affected the TGH a little. Okay, because this was definitely on an upward trajectory. Now the SPY is starting to fall a little bit here. Because I really wanted to take this one. Yeah, Cody is, yeah, once it took out that 200 day. Yeah, I mean, there's a $4 drop for GME. I mean, I just have a tough time figuring that out, though. Really. But there is, yeah. I mean, if there's some kind, I mean, it's over the Bollinger Band here. I guess if you start looking at Bollinger Bands, but it's not on the, it wasn't on the 2 really, and it really wasn't on the 5. I mean, it poked above a little bit. So if you think, you know, anything poking through the Bollinger Band will have a reversal. I mean, this has had a great reversal, yes. Well, I mean, the next high looking left is not 925. I think I said, yeah, is 952. That's the next high looking left for Cody. Yeah, so I'm not a huge follower of the, but I mean, if something is way above it, the likelihood that it'll come down, okay? So until it really breaks it, I think William is more of an expert in all that than I am. I think he watches that 5 minute Bollinger Band like all the time. So I mean, if it broke, for instance, Cody, if it broke way above it, you would start to think, okay, it's extended, and ultimately it should, in theory, fall back. Now, when though? I mean, that's the always the question. When? But look at Cody. I mean, it's just hasn't broke. As an example, just as an example, that brown line right there is the Bollinger Band, the upper limit. I mean, there's more than a five, but a $5.50 move in GME on that candle, that 15-minute candle. So I mean, that's you guys can figure out a way to trade that. It's just kind of not my style. I mean, if it may be money, but I don't concentrate on things like that much. But man, oh man, these ones with these, $10, $15 ranges, like GME, almost every day has ranges like that. It seems anyway. Yeah, look at this. Average true range, $12. So this, on average, it has a $12 range. Well, they can keep going. It doesn't mean just because it hits the top that it's going to stall there, but that's what we're really looking for. So, I think if you were to analyze it, so if you had so let's just say you look at a 5 minute chart and it ripped through the, say GME, ripping through the Bollinger Band, and it came back. I think what you can start to do is look at, say, the ADMA. So if it broke down through that, now depending where it is, I mean, hopefully it's following it will be following the Bollinger Band up a certain level. But if it broke down through the Bollinger Band again and challenged that ADMA, I think that probably would be a decent signal. But I'm not an expert in it by any stretch. William might have more of an explanation or a feel for that than I do. Trading below cash value. Well, I don't know. The only fundamentals we have, if I do a search on fundamentals, so we've got cash here. So we've got cash, if that's the cash value. I mean, these are the fundamentals that we have. Cash to debt ratio. I'm not a big fundamental guy, so I don't use these at all. But again, if you search and on fundamentals, this is what we have. Maybe something there can help you. Man, TGH just came right back up. Right back up. TGH right back up after that drop down to 40.77. Right back up. You might want to ask that question, Bill. I mean, go to info at trade. Maybe there's some kind of a custom formula that can be to show stocks below cash value. I just don't know. But you can also, ask one of the other traders. Maybe they have something. Oh man, I keep watching edit to see if it really wants to give up 1750. All right, well, if AMC is going, well, I haven't looked at this one in a long time. CNK, of course, the theater group, and what do we have here? All right, guys, give me one moment. Oh, today is Tuesday, right? So yeah, there's a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. I'll be attending. Just give me a moment, please. All right, maybe edit is ready. Maybe it's getting ready to just drop off that 1750. Meanwhile, I cannot chase it, but Nlocked is on a mission here. It's been on a mission for 2 days now. And Lyft is lifting. I bet you Uber is doing the same thing. It's not firing on my scanner, but Uber's got to be doing the same thing as Lyft. Actually, it isn't. Lyft is actually so Uber is earnings after hours tomorrow, but Lyft is definitely moving, whereas Uber is not. And again, Lyft is after hours today. So Uber is after hours tomorrow. Lyft is after hours today. So the bets are being placed, guys. The bets are being placed, unless there's some other news. The bets are being placed that they're going to have decent earnings. Well, oh, you mean right here? 9:15, the 9:15 candle. Okay, I have to take a look a little more closely at this BKKT. BKKT is again trying to approach 6, and 621 was the high yesterday. Is that right? 621. Where's the weekly? Yeah, it looks like 621 was the high. The next high looking left, excuse me, is 604. Looks like it's got, yeah, I mean, if it takes out 6, I guess it has some room. And that's the BKKT. Well, yeah, I mean, just because on one stock you get stopped out, it's always in retrospect, it's always the way, isn't it? You get stopped out and the stock rebounds. And yeah, it looks like in a retrospect you say, man, I guess my stop was too tight. The next time though that it doesn't rebound and it keeps moving down, just remember those days, okay? Well, guys, I'm in a couple of paint dryers, Edit and MFGP. I unfortunately did not get some of these rocket ships. I just couldn't find my entry. All right, for you NVCT followers, NVCT, I'm noticing a little bit of a jump here on some volume, little bit of a jump. Okay, look, if it gets over 750, it could have another run. Could, just that real area right there. The high in the pre-market was 860. In fact, not pre-market, opening candle, yeah, it was 864 or 860 or so. So, but just needs more volume. Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, I'm not going to. I'll always be moving my stop up. Whew, nothing's happening right now for me, guys. I'm not getting any new alerts. But remember, my style of trading, in only being maybe two at a time at the most. So I'm always watching, watching, watching. So I may have I always, I have a stop, of course, for every single trade. But I could get out before my stop gets hit if it's moving, if I don't like the way it's trading. And that's a feel for me, okay? If I don't like the way it's trading, I will get out before it actually hits my stop. And that is more of a feel situation. Well, not necessarily feel. I mean, what if I got into, a trade and the market was doing this, was moving higher. I get into a trade and it starts moving down a little bit. Hasn't hit my stop yet, but I see the market doing this. Well, I may say, you know what? I'm not going to go, especially if it's not if it's a stock that maybe is not really trading on its own. It's not an earnings play. It doesn't have news of its own. So I will always, be watching what the market's doing, and I could always get out of something before it actually hits my stop. My stop is the worst I want to do on the trade, and that's how I share size myself. All right, I want to show you something here. I'm going to flatten this trade. I'm going to get out of this SBAV trade in the simulator. Yeah, so we have oh, I know what happened here. I know what happened here. I shouldn't have this max P&L or total. What I should have is the today's. There's a bug. Just give me a moment. Here we go. So there's some kind of a bug going on in the simulator, but there's the today's profit on that trade. There was the max I could have made if I had sold right at the very top. So, I want to get rid of that column. I don't care about that. Man, oh man, this edit is crazy. I mean, it's just sitting there at 1750. Either get me out of the trade for a little loss or start to move. And for me, this is a news-based trade. I mean, it is the news. I mean, that headline is it's just a rocker. Now, it's already, of course, moved down a significant amount, but I'm just kind of looking at that pre-market and thinking, well, I mean, could it start to gravitate towards that? That's all I'm doing. All right, guys, you know what? AMC is now moving better than GME. AMC is actually moving better. It just made a new high for the day. GME is still, this is what I'm looking at here, my thumbnail chart. So you see there's AMC and there's GME. So GME is not popping yet. So this may have found a base and may start to join the AMC party. So let me interpret Ori. I think what Ori is saying is that it's gone red to green. It's now just gone mildly positive for DWAC. Yes, that's what Ori was saying with the RTG. This is one of the more awesome charts you're going to want to see in terms of trend, guys, for NLOC. Take a look at it on the 15-minute chart. After this, it moved up, the minor base, and it keeps moving up, but not giant-bodied candles. You know, you get giant-bodied candles, what happens is, yeah, it looks great when you're in it. Maybe you get up at the top, but you know, eventually you're going to get people selling. Right now, there's almost no reason to get out of this trade. It hasn't gone, you know, what I would call completely parabolic. And look at it on the 5-minute. So from here, little base, up, little base, up, little base, up. None of this nonsense with, you know, big red candles moving it, getting out of the trade and then popping right back up with a green candle. These are the ones you love. Look at even the 2-minute. Base, base, just not big giant candles that can whip you out of positions. Are you in it? You're in NLOC? Well, listen, I don't want to give you advice like that. I mean, obviously, this is, I don't know where you're in. If you're in this trade, I mean, you would absolutely not want to let it go down below 29.39. But the other thing, too, is looking at your risk reward. You know, what a lot of people can do, and I'll use some simple numbers. If you got into a trade at $10, okay, well, okay, what was your risk though? What was your risk on getting in the trade at 29? How much were you risking if the trade worked against you? Let me try to demonstrate. What time is it? I've only got a couple of minutes, so let me see if I can quickly try something. Okay, now let's pretend. How am I going to do this? Wish I had a $10 stock, one at $10. Okay, let me take this one. Let's say you got into AMC at 16.13, okay? And you had your stop, let's make it really simple, at 16.03, a 10-cent stop. So I'm just gonna put a horizontal line here. And your stop was, let's call it right there. Let's pretend it was a 10-cent stop. Every time it moves, now, when you get into a trade, the way I trade anyway, is that I'm hoping that when I get into it, I'm not going to take a trade unless I have a realistic expectations of a 1-for-2 risk reward. So if I'm risking 10 cents, I want to be able to look at a chart and say, okay, it could move in this, 20 cents before it hits some resistance. That's the minimum. Okay? So what's that? 16.13. So let's put something at 16.33. So the minute it crosses this line, okay, let's pretend again, minute it crosses this line, I'm at a 1-for-2. If it broke down, I would probably take some profit as an example, okay? That's me. That's how I tend to trade. I would probably take some profit. Definitely would not, if I'm in here, would not let it get down below that. My first the 1-for-1 will say, okay? If that makes sense. I'm sorry, that would be break even. And then I would keep putting these lines every 10 cents. So what's that one? 1634. So I put another one at, because each one of these lines now is a risk reward. At this point, right there, I'm 1-for-2. At this point, I'm 1-for-3. Another 10 cents, I'm 1-for-4, if that all makes sense. Well, I don't know. To get away from the screen, I don't know. So now that's 1-for-4. Now the minute it would, if I didn't take any profit on the way up here, but the minute it broke down through that 1-for-4, I'd be taking some profit absolutely 100%. As an example, I'm just using AMC as an example. Yeah, but you still have risk rewards. I mean, if you got in at 29 and you have a 20-cent stop or a 30-cent stop, then your first target should be a reasonable expectation of 60 cents, right? If you have a 30-cent stop, so you just draw a line at 30 cents or 60 cents above your entry, and then after that, 30 cents above that one and 30 cents above that one. Of all these lines, I don't know how to help unless you're watching it. Because if you're not watching it, then you're going to be uncertain of when the next support area could be. Even if you're not using risk reward lines, you could be, you won't necessarily. I mean, some will say, okay, it breaks down through a certain EMA, like the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. That might get you out, but you can't put that ahead of time because that's a moving target. Yeah, so overnight, I'm out of my depth on that one, Jen. But if you're going to swing anything, I mean, swinging means you're taking wider stops in theory. Okay, guys, I got to get ready for this marketing meeting, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. And I just have to keep an eye on edit. There we go. A little advertisement for our test drive. Or advertisement, excuse me. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on a mute now. All right, guys, I'm back, and so the edit is working not too badly. Love to see it. I know it got into the 720s. Love to see it get back into the 720s. I wish 1720s. So I'm still short that one. I got out of my MFGP short. I just don't, with this market doing what it's doing, I don't like I don't want to be long this one. So I got out of that one. So really, I just have the edit short and see what happens. So it is now almost 2:40, so I'll be putting myself on mute in about 20 minutes. So I'll keep the room open until 3:30. I've just confirmed with Chris that he basically will start at 3:30 like normal, like he does in in the YouTube room, 3:30 to 4:30. We've been told that you should have access to the account if you're part of this test drive. You should have access to the account at approximately 4:20. This is all Eastern time, of course. So he's there from 3:30 to 4:30 anyway, and I think what he's going to do is he's going to stay there, and he'll stay there as long as there are some questions, regarding the sign up for the test drive. And he's also toying with the idea of doing something on Saturday. So we're going to have a lot of support for those of you who are taking the test drive, and not just for the test drive. You want to talk about trade ideas in general, but really geared for those who are in on the test drive. So hopefully that all works out. Just give me a moment, please. Meanwhile, Enlock continues. I'm just hearing it. When I say hearing it, I've got my little pow, my little gun explosion for that particular window, that particular scan, and yeah, another new high. Boy, look at Facebook, guys. Oh man, oh man, oh man. $326, 4 days ago. Where were all those analysts telling us, you know what, we're downgrading Facebook right here, right here. All right, guys, I am now just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting. The GME, AMC looks like it, now the GME looks like it wants to give up 111, 110. AMC looks like the 16. I have a little, my sound alert on my watch list is an applause. So I'm hearing the applause and Facebook is syncing. Yeah, you could have gone both ways on the Peloton, PTON, yep. Should not be an echo. If there's an echo, Rajan, hopefully it's on your end. I haven't had any echoing comments today anyway. Boy, Magic 30, oh, almost the Magic 30 for an N-lock. Okay, guy, sugar. Just looking at edit here. I'm in at 1750, so I mean, I was really hoping it would really challenge that 17. It may not happen. Ah, there you go. That'll do it, Rajan. Or Rajan, I'm not sure. I hope I'm not butchering your name. MNDT got halted, guys. MNDT, look at this one. MNDT just got halted. 239. See if there's any news. Oh, this is the Microsoft. I'm sorry. I'm way behind. Sorry. You guys are talking about Microsoft. Microsoft to pursue a deal for Mendiant, MNDT. Okay. All right, guys, I just took most of my edit out. I got a little greedy, a little bit greedy. So MNDT, so it's going to open. It's supposed to open in about, let's see, 244, 36, 244. And I guess it did not open. Yeah, so I'm all out of the edit. Yeah, it actually said that it should open in that after that 5 minutes, but extended halt. This is more like a news halt than a, well, it's a volatility halt, of course, but to me, it's more like a news halt. Now, until Microsoft comes out and says, I mean, this is what we're talking about. I know you guys posted this. See where it could open. MNDT, let's see where it could open. No clue. Here we go. 1643, 1643, 1665. So no real clue where it may open. But again, I call this is more like a news halt. The only difference between Enron and, well, only, there's a million differences, but, you know, obviously Enron was a fraud. A fraud. We can't call Facebook a fraud. We can call them a lot of different things, but Enron was a fraud. Even had earnings today. Well, it says post-market. Oh, it has earned. I'm sorry. I think you said had. I've got to read better. Yeah, so it has earnings after hours. MNDT. Well, guys, there's that end lock again, challenging 30. What did it get up to? It got up to 29.98, so it's basically at the high, challenging 30. What a move for it today! Wow. But not fraud. I can't imagine. Well, listen, anything can happen. I can't imagine fraud though. But you're right. It could be something major that drops, I guess. All I know is that nobody wants to buy it now. There was a little glimmer right there that day, right there. But look at these 2 days. Well, okay, let's take a look at Facebook and look where the lows are. Okay, guys, end lock over 30 now. Another new high for the day. Okay, what is that low right there? 207.11. So that is the next low on the monthly chart, 207.11. Okay, so it resumed, MNDT resumed. And that was a pretty big gap up. It resumed at 1803 from 6, so about a $1.50 gap. Yeah, the CFVI is starting to move, and so is the DWAC. CFVI starting to move again. Nice little pop here, almost the day's high. Oh, it's so hard not to chase this. But anyway, there's the end lock, guys. There is the end lock. Ah, there's the CFVI. What did it get up to yesterday? Got up to what? 1877, guys. So and volume came in. Volume, a lot of volume just came in. The time is 2:53, so I'm just looking at the volume there. So that has about 7 minutes to close. So that volume bar will probably challenge that one. So I'd be looking at this and maybe on a 17 break, it takes out, just takes out that whole number. I'm going to stick an alert around 1703 and see what happens, see if there's a lot of volume that's pouring into it. And maybe, just maybe, it wants to challenge yesterday's high of about 1859. What did it get to in the pre-market? Yeah, okay, so I'm just going to keep an eye on that. So this is one of those where you really have to have the chart up. You have to have it up and running if you're going to take this one, but be awfully careful. Look at the volume. Look at the volume in the 5 minute. And look at that volume on the 15. Well, there's no mad rush right now. I mean, there's a pullback right now on the 2 minute chart, two bar pullback on the 2 minute chart. This is sort of interesting. This one right now. A lot of topping tails here. This one meaning MNDT. Just sort of basing here. All right, guys, so I'm getting close to putting myself on mute, and any last minute questions, fire away now. Huge volume, huge volume. CF, I cannot lose sight of this one when I put myself on mute. I mean, look at the volume here on the 15 minute, and it's, let's see, I'm sure it's about at least that much, and it still has another 3 minutes to close, so it's going to challenge these volume bars right here. So a lot of late day, certainly late day activity right now for it. I do have shorts available, yes. Tons of them, 2.6 million. Yeah, edit is moving down now. I'm not in it anymore. Just sort of made a little bit on that one. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the message here on mute. The room will be open until 3:30. Oops. And then at 3:30, you can head over to YouTube. Chris will be there till 4:30, from 3:30 to 4:30 in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute now. Again, I'll hop in if I have to. Get back on the mic if I have to, if there's a question that needs answering. Otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute.
Alrighty, let's check. Video is good. Double check my audio. Alright, audio is good too. Alright, everybody, happy Tuesday. We got the 8th of February. Hard to believe, already past the first 7 days of February. Guess it can happen just like that, right? Welcome, Trade Ideas Live Q&A here. Open forum like we do every day. What do I mean by open forum? What I mean is that I don't come with any pre-done content. Content's here driven by you folks. Your questions, what you want to know about the software. Hopefully I can best answer those. If not, we'll get you towards the email and get together minds greater than mine to get you an answer for any of that. So with that said, we can start to dive around the market on a few things. Mike C., how are you? Happy Tuesday to you. I changed my main layout today. First time I've changed my main layout in, I don't know, it's got to be about 18 months in general before I really shook it up. I had a couple of stock races I wanted to run. I had one that I was running yesterday. I don't know how it did yesterday, but today I found a couple of winners from it today. I'm still sitting in a position of SOPA. I've been in and out of it a few times today. It found that for me. This is a race window over here. I'll mark it with a pink X. I came up with yesterday in the live stream, and this also found something that I was able to trade well today too. So, we'll see. I shared it in the live stream yesterday. If anybody wants it, let me know in the chat panel. Happy to share that over with you. Other than that, the theme continues. Chop. I think there's a TV show called Chopped or something like that, right? Or is that a restaurant or both, maybe? My point being is chop, chop, chop goes the market. Throw up a few charts here while you all get your burning questions together for me, and chop, chop, chop. There's a little less chop here, and then it starts to get really choppy here. It's kind of bouncing ball, if we want to call it that. Not just there, but if I put up the Qs, it's going to look very similar. I'm not even going to erase that line. Let's check. Pretty close on the Qs, not bad. I don't think the diamonds are going to match that quite the same. Diamonds kind of march to their own tune. Pretty close. A little more of a deep dive here on this one for the diamonds. IWM. This has no chance of matching that line whatsoever. Yeah, IWM is our sick triage patient of the indexes. So, anywho, you got it, Pamela, and I'll go over what's in it. Let me find that window in my cloud. Okay, I called it stock racing for 2.8. I didn't have a real name for it yesterday. You're welcome to rename it yourself, of course. And for anybody else, it's not just for Pamela, but since she chimed up, there we go. So we could dive back into some averages in the overall market in a moment here if things calm down, but just go over these windows real fast, what I'm doing in them. So I took, and here's this top list here, is what I've done, window specific filters. So we're looking at stocks that are in between, we'll go $4 and $50 versus where I'm looking at relative volume of 3, had to trade 125,000 shares on the day. It's got to be up from yesterday's close. Can only be a smidge below VWAP, and 5-minute volume of 300%. Nothing crazy to write home to mom about, but I feel like a top list of this will have some actionable ideas on it. We can look at the top list right here. I have them tabbed. So here's the racing, here's the top list. Now, there's all these stocks here, but they're just kind of static. And what's really happening under the hood with these stocks? Well, that's where the race comes in. And this is telling me what's happening. ATOM has been on these races, both of them, all day long. And, now it was a spready stock. But, man, this thing has given, I saw it here. And I've been seeing it all day since then, and it's been, it's really obeyed the 815 EMA well. So, it's been a well trader like that. I didn't take a position in it today, opted for some other things. But my point being is that this would have never stood out from the pack in my experience had it not been for the race that was going on. It's just that simple. Now that doesn't make the trading part of it simple. You still have to, the seat time and the charts and things like that. But, As I've mentioned many times, I haven't always been the best day trader. I've opted more for swing trading. I've had more success swing trading because there's less flashing lights, there's less signals, there's less noise as for swing trading for me. And the stock racing has kind of narrowed some day trading stuff down. I've had some days where I was able to look at some stock racing and wasn't able to trade it. And now today was a day where I had a few moments free this morning and was able to really concentrate on the races and did well with it. So, we'll call it beginner's luck, I guess, for now. And uh, you know, two makes you happy, and three makes a trend, or something like that. So that's kind of my thoughts behind that and why I like this. And that does not to say that I won't tweak this top list itself further as time goes on. But a good start from it today. I'll share this one too. Um, let me do it like this. I don't know why that's not tabbed the same as this one is tabbed. Interesting. I think it's the way I loaded it into the window. But all right, so let me make sure that this is configured right for what I want to share, because I made an adjustment today. So, all right, yeah, this looks good here. I'll share this one out for anybody that wants it. And then, oh, you know what though? This does it have a custom? Hold on, sorry. All right, this has a custom in it, so you need a 1 minute volume percent filter. If you don't have one and you want one, I will walk everybody through the steps of doing that. Let me know in the questions panel, because you'll have to put that filter in yourself and you'll have to swap things around, but I can walk everybody through that here. All right, so let me share this out first. Save or share to cloud. Save and share. Copy. So, all right, this is the second one that I was using today. And then if you want the custom, if you are familiar with customs, this is the custom formula. V underscore up. No, that's not that. Sorry. I have a different custom off the top of my brain. Let me look this up again. Edit. It's that. Okay. Copy and paste. So that's the custom formula that you need to put into your cloud, and then you have to take out my custom and put your own in. And what do I mean by that? So if we right click and we come to configure, and if anybody needs me to walk them through on how to do a custom, we can do a fast tutorial on it. So what you'll have to do though, if you're familiar, is get rid of this, because this will pop up from me, only this is for me, not for you. So get rid of this and then look for your 1 minute volume percent, because the 1 minute volume percent doesn't default to load into topless, only in alert windows. But since we have the data point, we can put it into a top list, or you can put it into a top list. All right, but what I'm looking for in this is stocks between $4 and, well, I didn't put a cap on it, although I did want a cap on there. You can put one on if you want. $50 would be my cap if you were following along. And again, 3 relative volume, 125,000 shares traded today, 1 minute RSI of 50, and 400 on the 1 minute volume, that custom. That's just saying that the stock is doing 4 times what it's normally doing over 1 minute, and that's a 10-day average is what that's taking that average off of. And that's how that works. So, that's what I did with that. And again, and then here's the stock races. And so on the stock races, with all that said, what I've done, whoops, I guess I paused that race. What I've done on this is I show the race setup. I am basing it on a 1 minute volume, or excuse me, on a change of 1 minute, which isn't even a filter in the scan, but I've added that column to the actual top list. So if we look at the top list again, we have a change in 1 minute. All right, that's what I chose there. That will actually take you a custom as well. Let me get you that custom too. Where are you, Mr. Formula Editor? or sorry, just looking for the specific custom here. There it is. All right, so there's the customs. And again, Pamela, is that yes, please, as in walk you through how to put the customs in? And that was not the custom there. Not copy that right. Copy. This is the second custom. This is just for the column, though. This is to be able to show the column. That custom isn't used in the scanning itself, but the custom is used as this column right here that I'm sorting the data on for the race. So I'm looking at stuff that's moved in the last minute, the most movement in the last minute by the race. So that's what the race is doing here. And with this race, what I've done is show race setup. I'm sorting on a 2-minute change on this, which is already built into topless already, so you don't need a custom for that. And there's a 2-minute change column right there. So I don't use these columns in the scan itself. I'm not using them to find the stocks. I'm only using them to determine what's moving from the pack on the race. And again, let me know, Pamela, if that yes please was for me walking you through how to insert the custom, or you just needed the custom, you already know how to insert it. And of course, anybody else in here, fire away questions for me, please. You got it. All right, so this will be for everybody here, all right? So to do the custom editor, all right, we first come to our homepage, right? So trade-ideas.com. If you don't have it up already, here's a link. Copy, paste. All right, head there. Then what you're going to do is you're going to come to logged in up here. It's going to, you're going to log in. I'll have your username and all that. You'll log in here, and on the right side of the page, all right, look for custom formulas here. You're going to click that, and it'll bring you to the formula editor page. Yours will look different than mine because I have a bunch of formulas in here. No, there's no magic formula in here. Most of these are for when I troubleshoot someone with a custom formula in their scan. Let me know when you're with me on the formula editor page. And when we're on this formula editor page, there's a couple of things of note here. You have this help PDF. If you really want to start to dive into custom formulas, open link in a new tab. This gives you instructions of how the formula editor works, and there's a few of the formulas that are in here. All right, it goes over if you're using cones or position ranges and things like that. How these expressions are worked. You don't need to really know much in coding. Standard operations for C programming language, all right, all these things like that. If you want to get into it, these are some of the codes here, some of the data that we have: price, last price, most recent close, expected open, seconds after open, things like this. Today's high, today's low, high in the pre-market, low in the pre-market. But these are all filters. None of these, and I repeat, none of these can be converted to an alert itself. If you ever want 1 minute volume in shares, or 5, 10, 15, or 30-minute volumes in shares, the data points are all there. They're right here like this for you, all right? And you can go through the rest on, at your own leisure. For our exercise here, where we would be taking the formulas from is this filter codes and custom formulas, all right? And if we look in here, the codes that I just gave you are actually in here. This is where a majority of our codes lie. So the 1 minute volume that I gave you is right here. That's the code for 1 minute volume right there. And the change 1 minute, that's right here, percent, because we have it in dollars and percent, okay? So back on the editor page here, all right, we'll go to create new. And the last code that I gave you, you'll paste that. Whoop, that's not the last code I gave you. Let's see. The last code I gave you, you're going to write that in here. Capitalization matters. So, you can go with whatever you want. So it's, this here, bracket, capital V, lowercase o, L, 1, and a bracket again. And you bracket it in. You're going to give it a description, 1 minute volume percent or whatever you want to call it. Your units is going to be percent, okay? And then you're going to click save. I'm not going to click save. And you should see it down here. Just return it that it accepted the code. If you put it in wrong, if there's a space, if you use the wrong capitalization, you'll see an error here. I guess I can delete it, so watch. If I save this, you're going to see error, all right? Error, and it'll point to where the error is happening, all right? If the code looks good, you press save. This is what you'll get here, original source. That's it right there. That code is now in your cloud, all right? All you have to do now is go to the Accounts tab and reset your connection. And then when you go to a scan, you're going to find it just like any other filter. So I'm going to minimize this, and we can go to a scan here. We'll right click this. We go to configure. All right. If you scroll to the bottom, your customs will be at the bottom, and they all start with a U and then have a capital U and then have a number after them. So your first one starts as U0, they go all the way up to U99 because you can have up to 100 customs, all right? And so yours may be labeled different than mine for you, whatever number you're going to get based on the order of custom that it went in as. And that's really it. That's how you do a custom, and I'll walk you through the second one. All right, and so you'd add that filter just like you'd add any other filter, and then you're going to give it the value that you want to give it in there. For this race, that was 400 in the 1 minute filters. What I did, and I don't think there's any customs in this one. Nope, no customs. This is all straight out. So there's no adjustments, no anything special to do with this one. Just uses everything that's already built into the software. To get the column on this one, again, I'm going to walk you through. So let's see, that's going to be bracket, capital P, capital U, lowercase p, 1, and a bracket again, all right? And that's going to be change 1 minute percent is what you can call it, because that's what it is, if you want to name it something else, by all means, you can name it whatever you're comfortable with. Again, you're working in percents as the unit. You'll save that, and that's it. You have that code that's in there now, and you can add that as a column, just like I have in that scan that I shared with you, which is the second set of scans that I shared. And like I said, there's no value to it as far as a filter, adding it as a filter. The only value that it has is using that column as the sort column for the race. And that's it. You can go back to the, you can return to your list and play around in here if you so desire. I'm going to get rid of some of these. I'll get rid of them later. But that's it. That's the quick tutorial on custom formulas there. There's a lot that can be done with customs. I think like a lot of things, the more complicated you get, it's not quite as, intuitive as someone might want it to be when you start getting into a lot of if-then statements and true-false and things like that. I don't do coding, so some of how the statements come together, I get tripped up on a little bit. I mean, the easy part is that the short codes are all there for you already. Usually, Peter, just drop the W from the warrant. So, like, for example, DWAC, just because I know that has warrants that keeps coming through. So DWAC is the stock. DWACW is the warrant. All right, so that's how that works like that for you, Peter. So just usually you can drop the W at the end. Yeah, Pamela, it's for me personally, it's more intimidating than hard in the sense of, trying to put together, those order operations and things like that, the double lines, the greater than, the equal to, how things work like that. But, you could take, for example, we've had people over the years ask us for ATR and percent. And so, you can do ATR as a percent by taking our original ATR filter and putting a percent formula to it, essentially, things like that. So, there's definitely ways for people to get creative in there, and a million trading styles and a million ways to interpret data. And so with those customs, it gives you an opportunity to change some things around a little bit. If you don't like the way something might be displayed with a formula that we have or a filter that we have, there are ways to edit the core of that formula to display a little different for you. Not edit the actual function of the formula or the time period that the formula works in and things like that. But like I said, if someone wants ATR displayed as a percent for whatever reason, I think ATR is good the way it is, but other people disagree with me, and that's all kind of personal and relative to each individual. So, well, while SOPA was a good winner for me on the day overall, the last of my position is down, and I don't think it's going to make a comeback for me. I'm going to have to probably close the last little bit as a loser. No, Peter, don't feel stupid. Listen, I I would have had no clue about that. Probably at least my first year of trading, I wouldn't have known that. If not my first year and a half, it just wasn't something that was intuitive to me. I was starting brand new in trading. I knew absolutely nothing. Some things came quicker to me than other things, just kind of the way that it went. Um, so Debbie, yeah, ATR percent is one I put in my custom formula, so I want to screen out non-movers. Yeah. That's exactly it. Like I said, everybody has a different way that they want to use it with that ATR, and that's why it's nice to be able to work those customs like that. I'm with you, Debbie, because I used it for a period of time as a percent. Um, and that was just kind of what I did. I haven't used ATR as much as I used to use it. I like it and I don't like it. Um, it's good for using as a stop, to be honest with you, to help with stops. New scan ideas. Just the one that I shared here. The one from yesterday that I shared there, Perfect Circle. No other new ideas. I'm really kicking myself for BCRX right now. Oh well. This was on the strength alerts list, not not the channel and the email that goes out for the strength alerts, but the actual scan. It was on it this morning, and I said, man, this just has like a look like it wants to go today. And I wanted to take a fill. I could have probably got one at like 1650 in the pre-market, and well, anyways, good old hindsight 2020. Just jumped on. So, all right, if you weren't here for that scan yesterday, I mean, I shared it yesterday, but I'll share it again with you right now. There, Perfect Circle. I called it Stock Racing 2/8/2022. Um, I wasn't feeling very creative with the name. Sometimes I'm just not the best at naming scans, but this is it right here. No customs needed or anything like that. So. Funny how that works out sometimes like that. So I have some energy positions that I've been holding here, and they took a bath today, and now energy's starting to recover a little bit here at the end of the day. Never really thought it got much ahead of itself, but the XOP took a bath today. Wasn't really expecting that, and anyways, we'll see what happens here. You can't call this extended. We're below where we were, several months ago at this point. Let's see, USO I think is taking a bath. Yeah, USO is taking a bath today, but USO has been much stronger than the XOP actually now. Those are the two main energy ETFs that I look at, besides the XLF, which I can't imagine that's looking too healthy today either. Where are you, XLF? XLE. I just saw it. There you are. The XLF's still strong today. Interesting. So hopefully the XOP can play catch up for me tomorrow. We'll see what happens. As the saying goes, hard telling, not knowing. So, all right, that was a good opening here, going through those customs and everything like that. Again, fire questions away. Get a sip of my ginger tea, being extra healthy. Oh, XL, don't mind me. XLE is what I want, not XLF. Thank you. I don't know why I said XL. I totally had a brain fart, Debbie. You are right. XLE, yes. All right, so XLE looks ugly today too. What's funny is you're saying that my brain is in two places. Michael started running ETFs through the Strength Alert scan in the Market Explorer, and none of them were returning a good score. The closest one that returned a good score was the KRE actually. Everything else was it was the only one that was above 85. Everything else was under 79 actually. And I said I didn't, I would have thought the XLF would look better, but for whatever reason it didn't. And so sorry, I was two conversations that I was having. Um, Thank you, Debbie. Brain fart. Um, is it possible to add the stocks from Market Explorer as a stock race, like strength alerts or strong pullback? Let me see. Save as. So this would be the only workaround that I have for you, Pamela, with that. What you could do is um, you could take this scan, the Strength Alert scan here, and highlight the stocks from it that you want. Right click and go save as a CSV file, and that'll put it in an Excel spreadsheet. And then you can copy those symbols over from there and put them in a symbols list, and put those in a symbols list and attach that symbols list to the stock race you want it to look at, or to the top list you want it to look at for the stock racing. That's a pretty good idea. Might have to mess with that for tomorrow. I've never really saved anything as a CSV file, so I guess we could kind of do this as an exercise today. I think Excel would have all the fintech stocks that got killed. Yeah, but I mean, the XLF looks pretty decent here. I mean, that's an all-time high up there. Not exactly far from an all-time high. Whoops, I got to close this trade out, I think. Yeah. I have such a small position, I'm tempted to let it ride into the after hours. What's that chart look like? No, 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 no. Flatten the position, Chris. All right, we sold. Um, yeah, it would be nice, but I mean, at least that's a workaround that I just kind of, thought of off the top of my head here. So, hmm. Watch, I sold the last little bit for a loss. It was, worked out to be a good trade for me overall, SOPA, but now it should be clear to run in the aftermarket. That's the way it usually works, right? You close the position and then it reverses. Look at Levi. Levi. Interesting. Huh, I wonder why so many funds would have bought shares in them. I mean, just jeans. Um, but they look strong after their earnings, so I mean, there's their earnings. I believe it was you, Michael, that was asking about it back here on these charts. And like I said, retail was just hard for me to get excited. I mean, this is a big level. If it gets through this level, up towards that 26 is definitely more than possible. It's grinding for sure. Liquid stock, a little over a mil shares traded. Uh, More than possible, that's for sure. So yeah, yeah, Levi looks all right. It's based and could definitely have some legs on that. Wonder. I'm just very curious why those funds bought into it. And then you said Skills, SKLZ. And I'm with you, Mike. See some good ideas coming out of today. This feels good today. I like this session. Um, yeah, this is one of those ones. A lot of stocks that we've seen recently that have had these big, long down moves for so long have made these pops. Unfortunately, this week's trade of the week didn't work out like that. It did in a sense, but last week, Hood had this long move down here for so long, and then had that pop for a couple days here. Unfortunately, that didn't continue, but what you show there in Skills, it's dangerous in the sense that it's bottom fishing, right? But it's also risk reward kind of worthy in the sense of this. If we were to back out a few days here, we've got this real solid established low down here. This, let's call it 350 low, and we're about $4 now. So we could put in a 50-cent stop, all right, taking a position here and knowing that we could definitely run, and we know what our defined level is, and that's not exactly a huge loss, of course, share size pending, of course. My only thing against that is this 246 mil in that float, so it's gonna take some interest to get it going because that's already very liquid stock. Look at that, 13.75 mil shares traded today, which is about its normal relative volume. But the idea behind it, I like. When you see stocks that have done this, and you've got this low right here, you can't get a whole lot lower than that, other than zero. You can't hear me now. Did I lose volume? Can you all hear me? Checking my audio. My audio sounds good coming through here. Okay, odd. All right, interesting, huh? All right. Maybe just a hiccup in the stream there. But I like your thought process behind that there, Michael. Like I said, it's a low risk entry for a potential high reward. Peter, I never much paid a lot of attention to VWAP as far as charts go, but I feel like for scanning, if you're looking for something above it, showing strength essentially, and it's, really recent strength, VWAP can come in handy there, I think. That's why I used it on one of the scans, was just to find stuff that, I don't want to find stuff that's been way down and then I'm trying to see if there's room up this way because, a lot of times when I'm trying to trade things like that, you've got a moving average that's coming down to meet it, and it just always feels like I catch it as it's moving into that moving average and rejected by that moving average, and then, the price moves up and kind of just flows like that. So by finding stuff that's at or above that, I'm using that VWAP and that scan for moving average. I'm already finding stuff I don't have to worry about running up into anything. I know it's up already. That's kind of my thought process behind there. If you take that and move on that a little bit. And then there's something else that came in here. Did I miss something? We talked about Levi. We talked about skills. Just talked about VWAP. All right, so inside of the bot, front of 12, so there back. All right, so you're looking more at a fundamental play on it. Into the armpit of steel. Yes, that's exactly right, Mike C. Right, that's so perfect. DCFC, what are you doing right now? I traded this today. I scalped it. Can you believe that? I scalped a stock today, but I took a kind of a big share size and took a shot right here, just below 10, and sold it at 10.15. Of course, I was kicking myself because then it went on and did this after I sold it. I was like, yeah, I'm a genius. And then I was, no. That came through a stock race too today. So, and then it kind of really obeyed this 8.15 EMA here for a while till it broke down later in the day here. Anyways, so we can mess around if no other questions are coming in. That's not to say don't ask questions. Where? Where did the Market Explorer go? Did I close it? Oh, there it is. All right, so let's mess around with this. I've never really done this before. Like I said, I've never done, so what's today's the 8th, right? No, stock race, don't interrupt me. So let's take all this stuff from today. Ooh, quite a few things came in today. All right, let's scroll up. And we're gonna save as a CSV, and let's call it TSI TIS Trade Idea Strength Alerts 2-8-2022. We've saved that as a CSV. Now I'm gonna open Excel. How do I find this? Open. TIS. This PC. How do I find this? In case you didn't know, I'm Excel illiterate. Documents. Found you. Oh, this is interesting. All right, so I've got this here. All right, so I've got all these symbols here. And I guess should we go to highlight all these? Here we go. Seems like an awful lot. I wonder if this saved the entire thing. I bet it did. I'll bet this saved everything. That's a lot of symbols. Let's go with like 50. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, we'll start from back. Let's go here. Let's get those financials on there. All right. So here we go. Copy. Let's get rid of this. We're going to go to Tools and Symbols Lists, and hopefully this is going to work first shot. TIS 2/8/2022. Okay. Go into the list. We're going to press paste. And look at that. First shot. Once in a while, you know, things work out well. We're going to click OK. And now we make it scan whatever we want. So now all we have to do is we can attach this. So for example, if we wanted to use the race from yesterday that I came up with, we can come into the top list and configure, all right? And we go to symbols list. And instead of all symbols, we'll look for, first we'll go here. And TIS, it's right there, all right? So I add that. I'm going to put a check mark there. And it's only the following list. Double check. Yep, that's all it is. So now all this race is going to do is look at the, it's going to look at those strength alerts. That's it. Those symbols coming from the strength alerts based on what I've chosen for the filters of the scan and the race. So you might even want to do this. You could create a blank top list and not have any filters because you already have the stocks you want to look at. So let's do it like this. I'm not going to save what I just did there. Let's get rid of this. We've got the list already saved. Or, well, we'll do this here so you can see what I do. I'm going to go New, and top list, all right? And I'm not going to put any filters because I don't need to filter on anything. I have all the stocks that I want already, right? I don't need it to find stocks for me. I found the stocks. So now I can go symbols list, the TIS here. If you don't see it there, you come here and find it and then add it, only the following lists. Now what we do though is we come to columns and we have to figure out, well, what column do I want to race on? And I've been doing races on 1 and 2 minute changes and 1 minute volume. Since those aren't necessarily momentum plays like that, maybe we got to think of a different way to look at these. So maybe a position in today's range. Or we could go change from open. I feel like change from open is a really good one for this. Mike C, you stole a thought of mine that I had earlier today that I threw out there about it, about replaying races. Again, when Dan first introduced the races, it wasn't like I was like, oh, I don't like this, but I didn't understand it. Sometimes the meetings that go on in here, I don't participate as much because I'm doing support stuff, and not that it doesn't apply to me as much, but it doesn't apply to me as much, some of the stuff. And so I missed some of the stuff that was going on with races, doing support tickets and things like that. And then I never really got to circle back on it. So the other traders were finding some use for it, and maybe not as much quite as now. Especially because Andy and Steve especially are more swing traders, but all of a sudden, like, every one of us has been day trade. Well, I won't. Today was really my first shot at day trading in a while, but they've been day trading more with some races. Steve's using his pro gap that he shared the other day with everybody for some races and finding really good stuff. So. But going back and replaying those races is where I was going with, it would be really awesome to kind of watch the replay to see how the race played out, and looking at the chart of watching it to kind of connect races with charts in a slower motion where you don't have to, you don't have to be quite as nimble to look at those plays. Anyways, that was just a passing thought that you stole from me that I mentioned actually earlier today, Mike C. So you and I, same wavelength. So you know what? We're going to go with columns. I'm going to use the change from open on the columns. I'm not even going to mess with this at all. This is how I set it up for default. Yes, relative volume also would be good too, and I have them both as columns. So in a summary, I'm just going to, work's kind of done here. TIS race. And you can update this list every day how you want, okay. And that's it. And I've got the TIS race here, and this is going to go into my layout. I'll work it out later. And now what this will essentially do, though, so right now, because this is going to have a server sort, the top list itself. So if we go to configure, I think this is important to note too. If we go to configure and we go to sort, right now, this is going to pull in the top stocks and populate them top to bottom on a change from close. So you might want to consider that as well, what you want to server sort on. I think I'm even going to server sort on change from open with this and change it to that. So we're server sorting on change from open. I'm going to change my color sort to that too because I like to keep things neat. Color, select colors, change. Where are you? Change from open. NG from change from the open and percent. So this one here, if you're following along, that's what I want to do. And then I'm going to also, so this is display sort. Now it's also doing it on the display sort, the change from open. So it's going to pull the top stocks of that list first and populate those top ones based on change from open at the top. And so these will be the cars. If we were to race, this is the cars right now that are going to come in. And like we can have up to 20 cars. So if we launch the race, all right, you got to make sure you have a track, we'll call it the track, big enough. We're leaving it, the goal is based on time, however long you want to run it. I've been running 3-minute races. Some of the other guys are finding 5 and 15-minute races pretty good. We're basing it on, We can go change from open or relative volume. I think are both really good ones to do this list on because we already have the stocks we want. Now we want to see the stuff that's moving. We're not telling, a race, most of the top list races work like this. The top list says, find me the stocks. The race says, show me how those stocks are moving. On this, we already found the stocks. Now the top list is just the catalyst to put them in the race at this point. So, but for this, I changed from open, and we want a delta value set on that. And then let's replace the car. So if something is, not working anymore, get that car out of here. We can rerun the race over and over again. And that's it. Boom. And, I don't think anything's going to move because I don't think any of these have really any post-market action. But that's going like this. I've also been told this today. I don't know. Now, it could be 1 week. It could be 1 year. This 30-second countdown for each race is eventually going to go to 5 seconds. So that will be pretty awesome. Well, there goes the race, and none of these are moving in the post market right now, so that's that. But I set the race for just 5 cars just in this exercise. But we can look at the charts of these races here, these cars, and I mean that was a massive move today. Another massive move. Massive move. This is a stock that I like too. I feel like I missed one. TMST. That's a nice move and room to go on this one too. So some interesting stuff here. Very interesting stuff here. So, all right. I would share this top list, but it's not, you know what I mean? It's attached to the symbols list. So, essentially you just have to create your own symbols list in a blank top list. There's nothing special there. I mean, I can share the top list. You'll just have to attach it to what you want. So if you want, this is going to have the columns and everything set up the way I want. If you want it here, it's just a template of a top list. You have to attach the symbols list to make this work. But here it is. So that'll give you, those columns that are in there. You got, relative volume change from open, today's shares change from closed price, and that's really it. Thank you, Pamela. It was a pretty good idea. I like that idea. That was teamwork right there. Your idea, and we executed it together here on screen. So, um, interesting, interesting, interesting. That'll be interesting to run tomorrow. When you add a window to docked window, new ones come very. Um, Let me see. So let's add this to this here. I think it's going to be based on what window you're trying to size it next to, Debbie. Like, so you see how it wants to take up like half the space here or half the space here. So I think it's going to depend on how the dock is set up. Like if I go to, well, I can't put it in a different dock, but if I put it in any of these here, see now it's taking up half that space that was there originally for that dock. So I think that's how that works, Debbie. I think that's what you're asking, anyways. When you add a window to a dock window. Yeah, so I think Debbie, it's going to be like prep of the other windows, knowing that whatever window you put it into within the dock, it's going to cut half that window off, essentially. So, for example, if I wanted to put it on this window here, all right, I widen this up. I'm going to put it into the dock overall, all right, it just needs to get into the dock. Now, as I pull it out and I'm going to do it, it's going to become half this dock like this, or that way too. Yeah, yep, that's exactly what I mean, Debbie. Yep. So, all right, yeah. Sorry, I was just mulling over what we just did with that strength alerts there. Interesting to do, toss that into a symbols list. Well, I know people like to be able to customize the ME. What you could do is take, some of the stuff the ME is throwing at you and then filter it down more in some ways. So, good stuff. Yeah, if you, I don't know, uh, I think Stephanie kind of handles a lot of the feature request stuff. She documents them. I do some. But anything that gets put in, every single request that gets put in, Debbie, we mark it as a feature request, and it gets put into this, I don't know, hopper or whatever the developers have, and it gets like scored and graded according to like a whole bunch of things. How many requests are of it, how easily it's implementable, things like that. So um, that's one of those ones that I would like to actually. It would make it easier for overall organizations. I was one of the people that was like the biggest cheerleader of the docked windows when we came out with them. There's definitely an overall good feeling about them, but it helped me because of the way my screen is and different software that I run during the day for troubleshooting and stuff. The docked windows help me keep things a lot more organized, actually. So I would like that too. Chris should be looking solar stocks. Solar, I don't know, man. That's a not a healthy chart. Some after hours action here going big. No volume, but all the same. That's a tough chart right there, man. But I'm with you. If there was more of some kind of auto arrange or something like that, it would be nice. Um, just makes it a little more clean. That's all. I mean, I can, if you ever come to our live support chat, Pamela, I can help with some stuff with IB. What, depending on what you need, obviously, I'm limited in what I'm allowed to do legally. But we have this video here that I'll share right now. And a lot of people open this video, they see it's 28 minutes long, and then they blow it off. And I think that this is probably, for people that want to use Brokerage Plus, is probably one of the most important videos in everything that Trade Ideas has ever done. I mean, Michael even goes in to explain how to set stops with ATR and things like that in there, and how this all works. And is it 28 minutes? Sure. But we're talking about your money and your finances and things like that. So again, I don't think it's unreasonable to watch that 28-minute video. But there's, goes over the API settings that you need in Trader Workstation and a few things like that. If you need to know, Pamela, what the data packages are from IB that you need, I'm happy to help with that. You can get me either on the live chat or at the email. The live chat, it goes from 9 Eastern in the morning to 4:30 Eastern in the afternoon. The email, I'm kind of there all the time. The info at trade-ideas.com. And that goes for anybody that needs, anything. And I can walk you through that. I mean, there's two data packages that I use from IB. They cost a total of $14.50 a month, but $10 of it gets comped if you have $30 in fees, commission fees a month. So that's for me anyways. And I'm not a power trader, but I get that $30 pretty easily every month. So Brokerage Plus has nothing to do with the location of the short. It's all IB. We just send the order, IB fills or doesn't fill. IB's okay. I mean, they're not Cobra. That's all I could say. Who I'm trying to get strike a deal with, and see if we can't get them as some kind of a partner between us and them. Because the grand plan is eventually we're knocking on all brokers' doors. Our biggest issue with connecting to brokers is this: one, for them to open their API to us, and two, for their API to actually function. Those are two big ifs, unfortunately, with these people. After a year and a half of negotiating with TD Ameritrade, we got them to open their API, only to find their API it didn't work. That's all there was to it. The data was terrible. So, and when we said, hey, your API isn't good, and they said, hey, okay. That was the end of the conversation. It was the same thing with E-Trade, but E-Trades was easier for us to create a fix, essentially. We were able to create a plug that worked for basically everything with E-Trade's API. There are some things that still are kind of a pain in the neck with their API. We have no API. We're restricted currently by the exchanges from sharing an API. Also, when we did do an API, when we were allowed to, we were finding that there was a lot of people that were trying to use our API that had no clue what they were doing. And at that time, we didn't really have very many developers. Not that we have a ton now. We have more contractors than developers, but all the same, we found that most of the developers couldn't do anything else they were supposed to do. They were just trying to help people on the API all the time. And so that was the original reason we cut it off. And then when we revisited it, the exchanges said, nope, no API for you. We've campaigned to get an API back. We'll see if it ever happens in the future again. And it just becomes one of those things where, we can't do something and say, oh, nobody here in the company can help you, even though we put it out there. I mean, there's things that we're more limited or less limited that we can obviously assist with and do, but we can't put out an API and say, best of luck figuring it out. We can't allocate the time to provide you support on it. If I had to choose a broker based on trade ideas, who would I prefer? I really liked Fidelity for a long time. I liked Active Trader Pro. I had no problem with it. I never short stocks, or rarely do I short stocks, so it was kind of irrelevant to me finding shorts. Um, just my just how I feel personally about it. That's all. But I liked Active Trader Pro very much. Fidelity, I was fine with. I like TD Ameritrade, to be honest. My only issue with TD Ameritrade is the same issue with or IB, is Thinkorswim and Trader Workstation, respectively, of TD and IB, are hogs on your computer. That's it. Active Trader Pro, at least when I used it, I haven't used it in, I don't know, a year and a half or 2 years, I guess. I was testing something with it with an account, I guess maybe a year ago. Um, I didn't find it to be a pain in the neck. I found it intuitive, easy to use. It was the first, um, trading app that I used. Not scanning software, but just the app for actually placing the trades. I liked it. I liked Active Trader Pro. So I guess gun to my head, I'd give Fidelity a shot again if we could connect directly to them. I don't know that I'd stay there now. I don't know if anything's changed. Yeah, IB has their forums exactly. So, but one way or the other, the exchanges have slapped our hand on uh, the exposure of that much data. I suppose for a fee they would let us do it, but then how do we cost allocate that fee to users? It's not just there's a lot of complications to it. There's another Chris that works here. He used to work in support with us. Now he works on with the dev team, and there's nobody that wants us to have an API more than him. It's literally one of the number one things that he goes after, and I get why he wants it. Years ago, he had built his own brokerage plus that could plug into um, E-Trade, and this was like 7 or 8 years ago, or maybe even 9 years ago, and it was shortly after we couldn't put out an API anymore, and he was crushed by it. And it's been his mission ever since to have an API come back on board. I, you know, I have no dog in the fight, as they say. Whether we have one or not have one, I mean, it's requested a good amount, but it's not one of those necessary development things. It's more of a business thing between the NYSE, the Amex, and the Nasdaq and us. I've been testing on paper, Gecko Brokers Plus, and my percent is between profits. So I'm looking forward to setting up. All right, good deal. Just I always say this in the paper trader. Awesome if you're doing well there. Just remember, it's emotions just play a little different with live money. Number one. So stick to whatever you've been doing that's working. Make sure you stick with that plan. Number one, and number two, just keep in mind that um, the slippage for the sim, while we do what we can to simulate that slippage, and spread and things like that, there's no substitute for real life on it. But that's a pretty good profit, rate there, Pamela. So I think you should see some good things translate there. And then last one here, skills. I'll look at that again. Yes, SKLZ, and then I have to go for the evening. SKLZ, last earnings on cash, no debt, punch 1.5. So let's see, cash. Yeah, no debt. 3 mil in debt, that's nothing. Yeah, if they can get the interest generated, I mean, like I said, here's a solid base that's down here, around 350-ish, give or take, I think is what we said, right? So thank you, Mike C, for popping in. Appreciate it. So it sets up a good risk reward here. Even if you bet it for the stock price to fall to zero, I mean, I've had $3 stops before, $4 stops before on some positions. So you share size accordingly, and like as you mentioned, if it can catch wind, you've got a lot of room that way. There's not a lot of room to go that way. So it's a good, reward to risk ratio right there overall. So, all right, everybody, that will do it for me for this Tuesday. Um, we have a 540. Yeah. Um, no, that's a good cash ratio there. So that'll do it for me this Tuesday. Be back here tomorrow at 3:30. Barry, as usual, have the room open. I guess, like I said, I've been saying at 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. He's been opening. Format will be the same. This Friday, people that have been signing up for our test drive, they go live in the afternoon. I will be sticking around Friday afternoon. After the close, more so than normal. Probably around this time on Friday, I'll put myself on mute and just kind of monitor the chat. And then about 6:30 on Friday evening, I'm gonna do it's a webinar, whatever you want to call it, here on this channel, but for test drivers. I don't know. Maybe one person shows up, maybe 100 people show up. I don't know. Any and all of you are, of course, welcome to come and join. It's going to be kind of a lot of basic stuff, I feel like, but, never hurts to refresh basics. So if any of you are like me without much of a social life these days, you're bored on a Friday night, I'll be here Friday night. I'm also probably going to do Saturday morning, I think 8 o'clock in the morning. As well, a test drive webinar here as well. So, it's just going to be here to get in this normal way. So you're all welcome to join. If you're lonely and you're looking for some stock talk on those days. So thank you, Pamela. Appreciate you coming in, and everybody else here. And with that said, I will catch you all tomorrow on Wacky Wednesday.